Welcome back to Hangar 51, guys. I'm here. I'm just not in the picture at the second. Hang on one second. I'm adjusting. I'm adjusting your set. We have control of the horizontal and the vertical. Something like that. Let's see if that looks. Oh, that still might be too. Hang on a minute. Let's see. If I sit down here, how do we look? Let's see. Michael Raja, first in the room. Hal, Bill, Ethan, Jermaine, Josh, Thompson's Hangar. Randy, what's up, guys? George Watts. Look at all you guys. That's awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. I'm trying to get Rafter Cam. This is Rafter Cam. Paul, good to see you. Brian, hey, what's up? Good to see you. Dakin, Channel 6. Alright, so let's look here. So Rafter Cam is going to be on desktop cam, if I can get it to work for some reason. Ooh, don't like that. Let's try that. So let's see what we got here. There we go. And there it went. Alright, let's see if we can stay. Is it going to stay live? Let's check this out. So, desktop cam. There we are. So, yeah, it's still live. Good. Alright. Yes, we're going to talk about some smart technology tonight. So, uh-oh, what happened here? My, my chat window went off the screen here. Hold on a minute, let me get back here. That's better. Alright. So let me get caught up. Hold on a second. Fireman, welcome. Yeah, Pearl Jam, I hear you. The rain's coming my way now. So listen, guys, here's I'll get caught up in a second, but here's a weather report. It's been blowing 41 miles an hour, gusting to 65. All my canopies, everything I had on the property is all blown down. No big deal. I can put it all back up, and I'm going to leave it down because it's still windy as hell. And now they tell me it's going to start raining. Really bad. So it might get so noisy we'll have to cut the show because we want this metal roof. We won't be able to hear a thing. So that's my day. I was supposed to be down at the Florida E-Jet event today, but in this wind I wouldn't even be able to get my stuff out of the car. So I decided just to stay home and keep working on planes. So I'm a little better prepared for the weekend. So I'm going to go down probably about noon tomorrow, weather permitting. But yeah, it was ridiculously windy today. It was crazy. It still is. I mean, it's calmed down a little bit. It's probably 25 gusting to 40 now. But yeah, it's pretty bad out here. Farmer Man, what's up? How you doing, Stinger? Air Marshal, hey, I'm glad you're here. Because you can see what's on the screen. I have questions. I have questions. I am not I am not happy, but we'll get to that in a minute. Looking for suggestions on my next plane to buy. Well, Paul, what are you looking for to buy? World War II, jet, civilian. What are you looking for? Backwoods, low and slow. Give us a little parameters here. And how much do you want to spend? And then we can better help you. Because we got a lot of people that can help you here, but we need a little more than just next plane you want to buy. No, I don't have AOL. I never had AOL. And no, this is not an XP computer. This is 8.1, Windows 8.1. It's not that old. It's just not. I didn't upgrade it to 10 because all you guys are having trouble with 10, so I didn't want to go there. So let's see. Getting a little caught up here. Okay, I'm just about caught up. Uh-oh, where are you going at 10:15, Farmer Man? Did you bring the midgets there, Dave? Yep, I've seen Hobby Zone sale on the arrows. Is that what you're talking about? TNRC, yeah, great deal, guys. I mean, last time they had a sale like this, you had to buy 2 airplanes to get the 40 off on each plane, and this time it's just any combo you want. They're all 40 off. I think it's just the military, just the Warbirds, I believe. But yeah, screaming good deal. Screaming good deal. Yeah, so. No, there's no raccoon in here. It's just the wind. It's bad. It's really, really bad here. They're talking about torrential rains on the way. So, like I was just saying, we might have to cut this off because you won't be able to hear me. It'll be so loud in here with this metal roof, you won't hear anything I say. So. But at least I know you can hear the wind. I didn't know if you guys could hear that or not. I thought this mic was pretty sensitive, though, so I thought you could probably hear it. Yeah, it's pretty noisy. Every time the wind gusts up, it blows all kinds of shit around. Okay, so let's get right to the topic of the smart charger, smart checker that I got. Is Cam still live? Yes, it is. Good. Okay, so here it is. It's a nice little gizmo. Don't worry about this. This is just, I didn't take the protective film off of it. Even though it comes with another protective film, I thought I'd just wear this one for a while, and then when this one got too bad, I'll pull it off and put that one on, just to protect it a little longer. It won't interfere with how you can see the screen. So we've got this handy dandy little adapter here that changes it from an EC3 or IC3 to an IC5, and then I have an IC5 battery here. And we're going to plug that in. And now I just plugged it in the battery lead. I didn't plug it into the balance lead. I just plugged it straight into the battery, and it can tell you what the individual cells are. That's what that one single little wire does. It can read all this, and then you've got all of these other choices. USB charger, and charge your phone, servo tester, another servo tester, a couple different kinds, and what's this? A cells balancer, I think there's more up top. Hang on. Low voltage alarm. Battery type. Alarm tone. It's either beep, repeating or single. System information just tells you the volume of the software we're running and the volume. Okay? Backlight and language. And that's it. So, Mr. Air Marshal, sir, where do I set my battery auto discharge with this thing? Because you told me I didn't need the charger. The checker does it and the charger. So I bought the checker, and I don't see anywhere on here where I can set my battery to auto discharge. So can you please tell me where it is on this thing? Because I don't know. Thompson's, it's at, you can either go to Arrows RC, it's Arrows with an S, RC, or you can go to Hobby Zone. Both of them are carrying the Arrows products on sale, $40 off, which brings them down to $159. It's a really good deal. Very good deal. Okay, so press and hold the main from the main menu. Well, I guess you're talking about we'll go here. Aha! Hidden menu. There you go. Charge voltage, charge current, storage voltage. Auto storage is off. Cool. So the auto storage, that's where you would turn it on. Great. Super. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. Yeah, it just came today. I haven't had a chance to really play with it. I just plugged it in and did a quickie because I'm working on airplanes, and I didn't know about the hidden menu. So cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's very nice. I was going to buy another one of the cheap battery testers, and then all this smart stuff came along, so I decided to get one of these instead of another cheapie, just for shits and giggles. And so far I like it. It's cool, and it will check regular batteries, but it won't check them like this. Alright, so let's unplug this, and I'll show you what happens. So now if I just plug a regular EC5 connector into it, that's all you get. Okay, because it doesn't have that extra smart wire on this battery. This is just a standard old regular 6-cell battery. So if you want all that, you want individual cell voltages, you gotta unplug this and plug in this. Right here on the side, here next to that port. So you plug that in, just like any of your other battery cell checkers. And now you get all that information again. So it's amazing how it sends all that information, which is the same way my Tyrannus sends the telemetry, through one wire. You get all this information through a single wire, going through the middle of that new plug. So it does the same thing with old batteries as it does new batteries. That's why I like this tech. It's because it's they made it reverse to the old stuff. It's usable. If this thing had been only good on new stuff, I wouldn't have bought it, because I have no need for that. If it can't handle all my old stuff, then I don't want it. But it can. This can handle the old stuff and the new stuff. So that made it a win-win. That made it a buy for me. So very happy with that. It's got a nice, bright, easy, and this is only on medium, guys. You can set the backlight brighter than this, so should be easy to read. I don't know, not being the LCD screen like it might not be. You might not be able to read this in the sun. I don't know. We'll find out. I think this was $29.95. Dave, is that right? Is it 29? Oh, it's 39. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was 29 or 39. Yeah, 39.99. Horizon Hobbies. But you have to go. If you're going to search for it, you got to search for smart. If you go to Horizon and use the menu to look for battery checkers, you ain't going to find this one. They don't put it with the rest of the battery checkers. They make you hunt for it. So you have to type in smart. And then you get to a whole new menu of smart stuff. And then you can look for the battery checker. But you can't find it normally under a normal search. You got to do a smart first to get to the smart menu. It's pretty stupid, if you ask me, that they couldn't figure out how to make it. You know, it should be accessible from both, and it's not. So I thought that was pretty stupid. But anyway, that's not very good marketing for sure. So somebody's blowing up my phone. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to have to leave you guys for a minute because I left a couple airplanes on the bed and the X wants to go to bed. So I have to go move those airplanes. So it's going to take me a minute. So what are you putting up, Air Marshal? Here's a Pilot Ryan style link for the smart checker. Oh yeah, well he didn't cover that either though. The whole press and hold, did he? Because I saw that one. I don't remember him bringing up that menu. Maybe he did and I missed it, but I don't think so. All right, guys. So I'm going to leave you for a couple minutes. Let me go move a couple airplanes real quick, and I'll be right back. And we'll talk some more. So hang on, and I'll be right back. Just talk amongst yourselves. Okay, I'm back. I was working on my 810s on the bed for this weekend, and I forgot they were on the bed. All right, what'd I miss? What'd I miss? Oh, I like the eyeballs, Brian. Where'd those come from? Is that one of the emojis I wasn't aware of? I definitely have to do my homework on emojis. So let me see here. Okay, so I'm caught up to all of that. Yeah, I agree, Pearl Jam. Windows 7 was the best. But I learned how to make 8 work, 8.1. So I'm okay with it, but I wasn't about to upgrade to 10 and then start the headaches all over again. And no, no, Ethan, the sounds aren't spooking me. Yes, I backed way up, guys. I'm trying to get caught up. So I'm reading down from what you guys said about 10 minutes ago. Well, probably not 10 minutes, but anyway. Michael Honeychuck, hey, welcome to the show. Captain Photon. No, there's no raccoon. We already did that. Snowplow, da-da-da, Pearl Jam, let's see. Oh, good job, Farmer Man. 2,000 views on your S30. SU30. That's awesome. Oh, Paul, so the storm's up in Mississippi? Really? Is that where this is coming from? Okay. Yeah, I'm supposed to get hammered later. So, really looking forward to that. Okay. Victor, how you doing tonight? Got 30 in the room already. Great, guys. Thank you so much. Horizon released an airplane. So there's a 1.5 crop duster out? Really? Is it a night flyer? Because I have the Pawnee that's a night flyer, which is a crop duster. So they made a bigger one now, and it's please tell me it's got lights in it for night flying. Now that I might be interested in. Oh, there's another hidden menu there, Dave? Okay. Let me get caught up and then we'll talk about that. Oh, God. So I'm seeing a bunch of questions. How much the smart checker? And you guys are already answering it, so I'm just skipping through. Yeah, doing the Jeopardy song while I was gone. Okay. Yeah, Gone with the Wind for sure. Yeah. I've just about got her convinced to come on the show one night. Maybe next Thursday, guys. She's she's warming up to the idea. She won't stay long. She wants to watch Grey's Anatomy, so. But I think I've got her convinced to come out and at least say hi to all you guys. Oh, George, I didn't know about it. There's a big, in Daytona, there's a big swap meet? Really? Wow. Michael, that was a good one. Yeah. It's a magical plane. Uh-oh, what did I miss here? Are the dates wrong? Oh, Dayton, Ohio. Not, I got you, George. I misread that. Yeah, the Florida guys, you know, we see a Y and a T, and yeah, immediately it's Daytona. And I'm from Ohio, damn it. I should have caught that. Okay, so are we about caught up? I think we're just about caught up. No, just two big airplanes I had to move. Not the easiest things to handle in the house. Find some place to set them down, to get them out of the way. We got, here's a quick update. We got the money for the garage today. So I'll be ordering the garage Monday. They have about 4 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks. They told me to build it. You know, to cut all the steel to make it, and then they come out and put it up. And it's only going to take them 4 or 5 days to put it up. So I still have to. I'm not clear on if they're pulling the permit or I am. I'll talk to them Monday about that. We'll find out. So we got to do some. You know, they're going to send me the plans, and then I take them to the county office, or they do it. And if they do it, they're going to charge me, obviously. So, but they'll give me. They say they're going to give me everything I need, so I could just walk in and hand them to them. You know, it'll already be inspected by some, you know, engineer that says that we're good to go, and it should be very easy. So, yeah, well, the shop's been, yeah, Shadow, we've been doing the shop thing for a while now. I think I talked about it back in November. And everything looked great, except, you know, then we started going for money, and everybody was like, oh, well, we don't do construction loans, or we don't do this, and we don't do that. And then they wanted to do a second mortgage, or no, not a second, because we don't have a first mortgage. It's paid off. And they wanted me to put insurance on the trailer. And I'm like, why? I mean, you want me to insure a trailer that's worth literally $1.98 so that you have insurance against the garage? You know, if the hurricane takes the house away, you know, the trailer, what am I going to get? I'm not going to get anything for it. It's a 1982. It's a piece of crap. So how is me insuring this going to secure your loan for the garage? It's not. So, and then the insurance company was that stupid one in Florida. I can't think of the name of offhand. That I would absolutely not do insurance with. So we just got a private loan. We're not doing we're going to refi it. After it's built, it'll be easy to get it refinanced as a mortgage and lower the interest rate. But right now we just did a personal loan because we didn't have to get it inspected. We didn't have to get insurance on it. We didn't have to do anything. So we're good. So we got the money. They put it in the bank yesterday. I'd have called them today or tomorrow if I wasn't so busy getting ready for the show this weekend, the fly-in. So Monday I'll call them and get that ball rolling. Oh yeah, you ain't kidding, Brian. It's going to be a huge stress relief for me and her both, because there's just no room in the house, and you know, and she just doesn't understand. I had a clevis setting out that I needed for the steering on my A10, and I put it specifically right in this one spot. Well, she decided she was going to dust that spot and moved it. And I came in and I said, where is it? And she said, well, I dusted. Okay, well, where is it? And she didn't know where she put it. So luckily we only had to work about 5 minutes to find it, thank God, because I was going off again. Because she does this all the time. She constantly moves my stuff and then can't tell me where she moved it to. I always told her, listen, I don't care if you move my stuff. Anywhere you want. Just make sure you can tell me where you put it. That's all. That's all I ask. If you need to move my stuff, fine. Just tell me where you put it. And she can never tell me where she puts it. So, what? Midget women boxing while pilled up? Is that? God, deuces. Oh, God, you guys are killing me. Oh, look at Air Marshal found some emojis. Okay, I have no idea what half of those are. But I see a chicken in there. So, that, you know, Farmer Man can relate to that one. Something is whistling really bad. I don't know what. When the wind blows, it just starts, it sounds like a train whistle. And it's almost constant. And I don't know what I've never heard that before. I don't know where that's coming from. So, GB, welcome to the room. I see you here. So I'm all caught up. I'm reading the little jokes and everything. So what questions have you guys got for me while we're here? Is Raptor Cam still alive? Let's see if we're still good here. Which is bench cam tonight. No, it froze up. Gotta unfreeze it. There we go. That's better. So we're unfroze, and it immediately froze again. No, that's not good. Oh my God! Can you hear this? God, can you hear this? Oh my God! Holy crap! Is Bledsoe here? I see you guys saying Bledsoe. What's up? I didn't see him sneak by. Where'd he go? There he is. How you doing, David? It's good to see you, man. Listen, I try to catch your show at work. They always have me working. And so I pop in, and I say a quick hello, and you miss it, and it scrolls on by, and and then I move on. So, oh, we're gonna do that again. So why? All right. So Dave, why were you in here as Air Marshal, or Dave Marshall, and now you're in here as the RC Air Marshal? What's going on with it? Why are you in here in two different? Unless is Amy in here using your other identity? Sounds like a wet dog. Yeah, that's what they're saying. Tornado. We've got tornado warnings or tornado watches right now. Yeah. So who should be leaving their job? I missed that one. Oh, I got you. So you were on your phone as Dave Marshall, and now you're... Okay. That makes sense. You were touring the house while you were on... I know how you like to walk around. What do you have, that restless leg syndrome or something? Yeah, like I said, if it starts getting bad, we'll cut the show off, because I'm not worried about... we're fine. I'm not worried about the trailer going in or any of that, but you're just not going to be able to hear me. This metal roof, as loud as the noise is now, if it starts raining, it's going to sound like someone's shelling me. So, yeah, you won't be able to hear anything. So... Yeah, see, now you're back. So you went back on your phone. Yep, that's what it is. That's cool. Photon, you still here? 6 is looking for you. Makes the bathroom always closer. Well, not if you're at the other end of the house when nature calls. Yeah, there you go. Just watch the stream in the bathroom. Half the time, that's what I'm doing when I'm watching everybody else's stream. Yeah, the captain's always stalking someone somewhere. YouTube, Bledsoe, you pace a lot? Really? That's weird. Now, I can't wait to sit down. And I'm pretty busy usually, like at work and stuff. And then when I get the chance to sit down, I sit down. I don't need. Oh, we're still on a frozen screen. Let me fix that. Yeah. So Yeah, watch till the primer dries. There you go. Well, primer dries pretty fast. So... Yeah, Dave, I know what you mean. It's your think walk. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. What do I think about the remark of air tractor? I didn't see it, Brian. What's that? I must have missed that one. Yeah, Eric, here I am. Would you pop in? I wasn't here. You pop out and you're back in. Okay. That works. Well, I didn't get the charger. I just got the checker. You know, this is just the smart checker. The chargers. If I need another charger, I'll probably get one. I don't need a charger right now. Thanks, GB. You know, these shirts are only like $9 at Walmart, and I got a dozen of them. I've got this one. It says there's one where the guy's sitting at a news desk. It says, "Newsflash, you're an idiot." It says, "Please." Another one says, "Please unsubscribe me to your problems or your issues." One of those. And then one says, "Rule number 1, I'm always right." And then you read the back of the shirt. It says, "Rule number 2, refer to the front of the shirt." Yeah. Let's see what another one I have. I used to be a people person, and then people ruined it. Yeah, they're $9 at Walmart. All these funny shirts. So I get them to wear to the flying field. I'm not the only one. There's a bunch of guys out there that buy them. So we all come out to the flying field with these funny shirts on. It's funny. Yeah, I'm going to go take a look at this new plane from Horizon real quick. I guess it's another Pawnee. I'm guessing it's a crop duster, right? So I had the crop duster they came out with a long time ago. They discontinued. It's been discontinued for a while, about a year. It's called the Pawnee Brave. It's the Piper Pawnee, and it's a night flyer. The whole thing glows. It lights up inside completely. There's lights in the wings, in the fuselage, in the tail surfaces, you know, and it all lights up. It just glows white. So it's so easy to see it in the dark. It's amazing. It's like the night Visionaire, similar to that, but it's actually brighter than the night Visionaire. This thing's super bright. It's so easy to see it in the night. So, new releases. Let's go there. Let's see what we get. What do we got? Yeah, there it is. Wow, that's cool. Is it $500? All right, back up. Back up. Come on. Let's go back. Yeah, that's the turboprop version. You know what? I think mine is too, come to think of it. Yeah, I think it is a turboprop. Oh, no, see, that's way better price. $239? $269? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I would be all over that. Yeah, that's fantastic. And it's 1500 millimeter. Mine's a 1200. So yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, that'll end up in my hangar for sure. I can promise you eventually that'll be in my hangar. I got a couple planes ahead of it right now, but Yeah, that's a keeper. If it flies anything like my 1200, it's a great airplane. Love that thing. So yeah, that's sweet. Like that. Yeah, there's a big rat. Yeah, well, it's us hangar rats. You can't exclude the real rats. Yeah, so you guys can hear it. So I mean, the wind is unbelievable. There's so much crap. I've got a couple of palm trees along the side of the garage, and they're blowing into the garage, and you can hear the fronds, cleaning the garage, and I don't know what else. There's something rolling around on the roof. I don't know what's up there. But yeah, like I said, if it starts raining, we're done because you ain't gonna be able to hear me. So. Yeah, Paul. So if you answered the question, I missed it. What kind of plane were you looking for? Price. Civilian, military, jet. What were you looking for? 6-cell, 4-cell. Give us as much information as you can because there's a lot of good airplanes out here right now that I'm looking at. I got 2 on the forefront right now that I want. Actually, 3. And now this one, so that makes 4 that are on my radar hard right now. So the Horizon plane has nav lights, but it's not I can see the nav light in the wingtip, but it's not a glower. It doesn't light up like a night flyer. That's too bad. That would have been nice if it was another night flyer. I actually have the page open. I'm looking at the specs. Wow. So it's only a 3-cell. Oh, it says or a 4-cell. Really? On a 50 amp ESC? They're going to go 4-cell? Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's fantastic. And look at that. It's a DSMX DSM2 capable. Compatible. That's fantastic. So it's got a 636 receiver in it. Oh, a 637. I haven't heard of that one. All right, Dave, fill us in. What's a 637 receiver? Because it's DSM2 compatible. That's interesting. So let's see what I missed. So just so you know, guys, when I go off the page to go look at something on the internet, a link that you guys send me or whatever, I can't see you and the link at the same time. So when I leave to go look at the link, I can't see the chat window any longer until I get back. So just so you know. The only way I'd be able to do that, I could split the screen, but then everything's too small, I wouldn't be able to see it. Or I'd have to have a second monitor, and I don't have that right now. I'm not even sure. I imagine Windows 8.1 has that capability, but I haven't been in the situation to need to do that yet. So I'm looking for your answer, Paul. I'm skimming real quick, see in case I missed it. I don't see where you posted anything. If you did, just say so, and I'll scroll back up farther. Fred Barron, welcome to the show, sir. Good to see you. Hey, Ethan, is your dad working late tonight? Uh-oh, I hear thunder. Here it comes. Oh, so you like the air tractor? Okay. Well, that's cool, Paul. It's a good plane. I mean, if it, like I said, if it flies anything like my other one, um, yeah, it's only 4S or 3S, so that's great. I'm sure you have batteries for both of those. So yeah, if that's a plane you're interested in, then I would go for that one for sure. At that price, that's a great price. I really like that price. That's perfect. The 1500 for 269. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's coming my way. I can hear it. Hey, real quick, guys, I'm going to run out to my car and make sure my windows are up. I'll be right back. This only take a second. Okay, the hatches are back. We're good. Windows are up. We're locked and loaded. Yeah, I was planning on being down at the air show all day today. That's the Florida E-Jets show, the event. And I figured if I got down there in this wind, all I'm going to do is I'd have to leave everything in my car. And if I didn't find someone to go hang out with in their trailer or tent or whatever, I'd be sitting in my car. And then I'd be sleeping in my car tonight for no reason because nothing's going on. So I just decided to wait till tomorrow. I'll go down tomorrow. Weather's supposed to be much better tomorrow and the rest of the week. So we'll just wait. Yeah, Ryan, I disappeared. I was just going to check my windows. It's gonna storm bad here in a minute, and I just want to make sure my windows were up. It's it was 41 mile an hour winds, gusting to 65 all day today, and they're picking back up now. So it sounds like we're back in the 40 range, probably Probably gusting to 60. Yeah, it's been crazy. Yeah, if I would have gotten my canopy out of the car and set it up down there, it would have blown away. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to do anything down there today, so I didn't go. It was pointless. I'll just go tomorrow. I didn't miss any flying, I'm sure. Nobody was flying a jet in this wind. Jackson RC. What's up, buddy? So what did you just say? Hang on a second here. So, Channel 6, you crashed? You're not in a tree again, right? What happened this time? What are you talking about, Air Marshal? What 250? What did he spend it on that you wouldn't spend it on? What was, I missed that. Are you talking about the plane, his what is that thing called? The TranStar? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, the same crash. Okay. Yeah, that's that. The Husky's on my radar too, Dave. I love everything about that plane. I like the color scheme. You know, the only thing I have against it at all, and it's not a biggie, but it doesn't have the plug-in wings, so you gotta, because I'm gonna have to take the wing off to put that in my car, and so that means I gotta unplug the connectors, and you know, like I said, it's not a deal breaker, but that's the only thing that I would say negative about that. I love everything about it. I love the color scheme on it. I just love it. It's a good looking airplane. Yeah, that's a home runner for Arrows. I think they're going to do well with that one. It's priced right. It's nice. I like it. Oh, you're going to buy a Carbon Z150 out, Dave. You're going to love that airplane. Now, that airplane you can fly in this wind. Yes, I'm not kidding. The guy that owns the flying field has the 180 from Flex Innovations. You know, the tail dragger Cessna. And we had a storm out the field just like this one day. You know, 40 to 60 mile an hour winds. And we both put our planes up. He put his Flex Cessna up. I put my Carbon Z up. And literally, we were just hovering, right? We just put them up there and let them hover. And it was hilarious. They weren't moving it forward at all. It was easy to make them go backwards. And, yeah, that's a great airplane. That's my favorite airplane, really. That one and the T-28. You know, the Carbon Z T-28. Those planes are just so much fun to fly. And they'll fly in anything. So, yeah. I love those two planes. You know, the other ones are all cool. You know, they look cool. You get them in the house and everything. But some of them are fun to fly in certain conditions and not so fun to fly in other conditions. But the Cessna will fly in anything, literally anything. Yeah, I think they are like $239 right now. You're right, because it's $10 cheaper than the FMS Cub. The 1700 Cub is $249, but the Cub comes with floats, and it has plug-in wings. So I'm on the fence which one I want to get, but I really like the Husky too. So it's a tough one. Yeah, because the Husky's beautiful. I love the color scheme on the Husky way better than the Cub from FMS. And I already contacted one of the Flying Cowboys, Corey, to see if he would send me his decal scheme. And I was going to get vinyl cut and change it to look like his plane. You know, paint it and vinyl it to look like his plane instead of the way it comes with that mural down the side of it. It's not horrible or anything, but it's not what I want. So, but the Husky looks good just the way it is. You don't have to do anything of that. Just take it out and fly it. It looks beautiful. Oh, wow, Paul, you got a Mamba, do you? Yeah. Yeah, their shit's great. Can't afford it, but it's great. You know, one of the Flex guys, one of his marketing guys, a hell of a pilot. It's won a bunch of 3D championships, flies at our field. So if we want anything from Flex, we order it through him, and he'll put it together, bring it to the field, test fly it for you and everything, and then hand you the plane and say, here you go. And he doesn't charge anything for that. So it's a cool deal to buy from. You know, his name's Lewis, and he does that for us. You know, just because, and it's great. Oh, good for you, Channel 6. You got 5 more subs while we've been on the air. That's fantastic. Good job. Yeah, George, there's actually three Mamba sizes. Small, medium, and large. You've got the small and the large. There's one in between. It's foam, and they make a night version of it as well that lights up really good. So there's actually 3 Mamba sizes from Flex. The first 2, the small and the medium, are both foam and electric. And then the large Mamba, you can have it either gas or electric, depending on how you want to equip it. But that's a wood plane. Absolutely, Fireman. I agree 100%. $239 for 1800 millimeter is a hell of a deal. You know, it's a really good buy. Can't beat that at all. Like I said, the FMS Cub is $10 more, 1700 millimeter, but you get the floats that come with it. You know, they're in the box. So, yeah, it's a toss-up, really. You know, do you want the floats and save, you know, at the expense of 100 millimeters, or, you know, and pay an extra? Yeah, it's like I said, it's right there. I just haven't decided which one I'm going to go with yet. Yeah, the Husky's a lot wider than the Cub. Yeah, for sure. I think that's where the extra 100 millimeters is in the fuselage. The wings are probably the same size. The 1700 Cub, Dave. It's you'll find it on their page, either FMS or Horizon. It's a they don't call it a carbon Cub, I don't think. What do they call it? I forget. I'd have to go look it up. But yeah, it's just a Cub, 1700 millimeter Cub, $249, comes with the floats. If you go to FMS directly, you can get it for $229 without the floats. But Horizon's not carrying it that way. At least I didn't see it that way. But I did. If you go to FMS Direct, they offer it both ways, with or without the floats. But for $20, why wouldn't you buy the floats? Oh my God. You know. So, yeah. So Ethan, if you talk to your dad tonight, I just watched his Mustang video. That was hilarious. You know, he's got the Mustang engine idling at the beginning of the video, and then you hear the screeching tires of you know, braking system. That was some funny editing. But yeah, it looks like it flew good. You looked like your dad was having a good time. So I enjoyed his video. So let him know that I saw it. It was pretty funny. And I guess your mom was working the camera. Or maybe that... Wait, that's not your mom, is it? That's stepmom, I guess? Is that right? Do I have it right? Man, it's hard to keep all you guys straight. I think that's right. Well, Ethan, the way Dave does it is you win it the first month. You don't get it till the second month when the next winner's announced. He orders your plane during the show. Before he gives away the next one, he orders yours. So he's not going to order me my plane until next month. And he has it direct shipped to me. So I'll have it in 3 days after he orders it. So let's see. His show's on Friday. Yeah, the order probably, because it's late when he orders it. It won't ship probably Friday. So it'll ship Monday, and I'll probably see it Wednesday or Thursday of next month. So, and I'm thinking what I'm going to do, just because I can. I'm going to order the camo scheme, you know, the German scheme, but I'm going to take the German markings off of it and make it a USA camo scheme. And then I think I'm going to change the color of the wingtip tanks. I think they look like they're half orange, best I can tell. Uh-oh, here comes the rain. Can you hear it? Thank you, Fireman. Yeah, I was really happy because I really liked the plane, but I didn't want to spend that kind of money for it. I thought $389 was just too much, but I do like it. So yeah, I was super happy to win it. I mean, you guys have no idea. I was at work when I won it, by the way. I was filling in at a sister store. I wasn't at my own store. I was filling in at a sister store, and the guy I was closing with, I told him, listen, you know, I don't know if you can hear me or not. So they knew I was doing them a favor for filling in. So I asked them, I said, do you mind, I was supposed to be in this show tonight, and you know, I came to help you guys close. It won't distract me from my work. I'll work, no problem. I just have to listen. And he said, yeah, no problem. Go ahead. So I was listening, and then I heard my name, you know, my number called. Oh my God. So that was so cool. Not only did I win it, but I won it while I was at work at a sister store, not even my own store. So that was a big night. I was very excited. You know, the guy that was closing with me couldn't believe it. I told him, I won the plane. You're kidding. I said, no, I just won the plane. Oh yeah, I love it when it rains. You know, I love the sound of rain. You know, it's, you know, I love it. You know, it's just, but it on this metal roof, it's going to ruin the show. I'm sure you guys are hearing it. I know Fireman is. He's got all the emojis showing it. He can hear it. Yeah, yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah. I know you can hear that. Because my little noise meter is in the red. Yeah. Well, I can type, so we can keep going. I can type messages. All right, I turned it back on. So that's why the sound was off late. That's all right, Jeff. We can't hear your toilet anyway. You can go ahead and flush. You don't need my rain. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, the ghost already killed Ken. Yeah, I hear thunder off in the distance now, so... That'll be next. Oh my God. I gotta check the weather. I gotta see what I want to see what the radar looks like. Holy crap. Well, oh, wow. Woo! Yeah, it's probably only going to do this for about an hour. Yeah, I'm pretty loud. I got a big voice. I don't need a microphone in an event. I'm well heard. You want me to go put a pole up, huh? Okay. I got a, it's probably a 30-foot TV antenna on the roof. Is that close enough? Honestly, Brian, I'd rather the snow than the rain. Much rather the snow than the rain. At least you can go out and play in the snow. You know, in this, you just get drowned, you know. So yeah, if it's my choice of snow or rain, I'll take the snow. Luckily, we don't get a lot of rain down here. Oh, money for rain? All right, Jeff, what do you do? Why do you like the rain? And Michael, what's that noise? Dave's RC! Yeah, it's pouring here, man. Holy crap! Yeah, I'm not a snow fan at all, guys. That's why I moved down here. I grew up in the snow. I grew up in East Cleveland, so I know all about the snow. But I much prefer it over rain, especially this kind of rain. You know, I don't mind the light rain. The light rain's fine, but this is horrible. So yeah, I much prefer snow right now than this. Snow is cold and useless like my ex. Right, you can fly in the snow. Exactly, Paul. Yeah, you can't fly in this. But yeah, you can fly in the snow. That's exactly my point. Thank you. Yeah, I'd much rather have the snow. It is a monsoon, Brian. That's exactly what's going on right now. We got 40 to 60 mile-an-hour winds and rain. The rain's going this way. No, it ain't coming down. It's going across the property. I think I have more rain hitting the side of my garage over there than it's. Hey, I don't hear anything over here. So it's hitting the roof and it's hitting that wall. Sounds like a jet engine, yeah. It's letting up for a minute. It'll be back, don't worry. Yeah, Paul, so there you go. You can get the Cub for the same price, roughly $249 or $269 for the Pawnee, the crop duster. But the float plane will come with, or the Cub will come with floats. So those are two super good choices for about the same money, $249, $269. So yeah, good choices. Yeah, Amy says it right. It's loud. You should be sitting here. Yeah. I need headphones. Hey, hey, there we go. There we go. Oh, much better. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I was just telling the guys, see, you can get these shirts at Walmart for $9. And they have all kinds of funny shirts like this for $9. You can't beat it. So a bunch of guys at the flying field buy these, and we all wear them out at the field. They all have different funny sayings on them. They're pretty good. Well, that's a good point, Ryan, because it comes with a receiver. Yeah, if you buy the $269, right. And I love the fact that it's DSM-2 compatible, according to the specs. So that's a plus too, because my module in my Taranis radio is DSM-2. So that receiver, the 637, I'm not familiar with that one, is DSM-2 compatible. So that's cool. Dave, to each his own, I like it. I like those planes. They're, like I was saying, I have one that's, it looks identical to that, but it's white, and it's a night flyer. And so I take it out at night. Really? Oh my God, Wes, you're not getting any rain up there? Give it a couple more minutes. It's headed your way. You're going to have it in a minute. Make sure everything's locked up and buttoned down, because it's coming. I just looked at the radar, and you're going to be getting it pretty quick. I can't go in the house and get a plane because I'll be drenched, but I have a couple out here I could show you, I guess, maybe. Yeah, the Pawnee, my Pawnee's a 1200 millimeter. Yeah, this thing's 1500. I know, yeah. Yeah, it's a bigger airplane. Yeah, 269, it's a screaming deal. Yeah, Bledsoe, you're right. Sometimes things just need a good pounding. Absolutely. Words to live by. All right, Ethan. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. Like I said, tell your dad if you see him before you go to bed that I liked this video. It's pretty funny. Oh, it's still raining here, Paul, but it's not very loud. But it'll be back in a second. Don't worry. Yeah, that new tractor, the air tractor, the crop duster. Yeah. Yeah. ASX safe receiver, you know, included for $269. 1500 millimeter. It's a screaming good deal. Hey, Pterodactyl, I didn't notice you earlier. Welcome to the room. Good to see you. I see people keep coming in, but the count stays at 30. So people are leaving and people are coming. That's funny. 24 likes, though, guys, so thank you. Appreciate the likes very much. Yeah, Fred, good question. Yeah, you're right, Brian. It was $20 difference, and then it was some were 20, some were 30, and now it seems like they're all 30. So yeah, they've been easing us into that $30 bump up for the receiver equipped planes. But yeah, you're right. I noticed that it went from 20 on pretty much everything, and then it went to 20 and 30. Some of the, like the jets and stuff, were $30 difference. And now it seems like it's just 30 across the board. They're all 30. Yes, absolutely, Wes. That counts. If you crop dusted Lori earlier, it absolutely counts. If you like crop dusted in the rain, your chance is coming very soon. Give it about 10 minutes. You should be ready again by then. Yeah, check the oil. Take a quick look under the hood. You'll be all right. I got the link. I can get to you right now. I have it on another page right here. There. Hold on. Oh, good, Pterodactyl. I didn't miss you then. I thought maybe I'd missed you. All right, Bledsoe. Have a great night. Touch on it next. Yeah, you don't have to shovel rain. Yeah, that's true. But you can't put skis on and go fly in the rain. Yep, sunshine tomorrow. Oh, I like the way you did Boozer, Randy. That's funny. That looks cool. Yeah, that's 69. Oh. Trying to get Raptor Cam working again. It's not cooperating. There we go. Boy, it's just not cooperating. Let's try this. No, froze up again. All right. Well, Wes, go look at the weather radar. It's on its way to you. You're going to be getting the rain pretty quickly. It's going across the whole state. And it's at a diagonal like this. So, yeah, I'm here, you're up here, so it's moving. So, yeah, it's coming your way. You should be seeing it pretty quick. Oh, that's good to know, George. That's cool. I knew it went down, so they just got it back up. That's cool. Very cool. Yeah, I'm a space nerd. Hey, Wes, do you want to pit next to me? Should I get a particular spot when I get there tomorrow? Because I know you're not coming till Saturday. So if you want me to save you a spot next to me, I will. Just let me know. Or maybe you want to be at the other end of the runway away from me. I won't be offended. Good night, Jeff. Have a good night. Yeah, you wouldn't have been flying your mini timber in this rain, Paul. Trust me. That would have never worked. Yeah. Well, it's not just the rain; it's the wind. Yeah. The mini timber would have blown away in this rain, in this wind. We're talking 40 to 60 mile an hour winds. It's crazy. Yeah, one of the what was it? It was one of the Avenger movies started that way, Dave. Remember? They had a picture of the camera, and then a shadow came over the camera, and then the camera was wiped out. You could see a figure out, on the red dirt, and then all of a sudden, the camera went out. No, T3, the Smart Tech's all new stuff. It has to do with, I think, telemetry and your battery voltage and the smart batteries that have all kinds of smart stuff they do. Like you can set them up to auto discharge, or actually auto balance or storage charge, auto storage charge. And the ESC, I don't know what the ESC does exactly, but it's in conjunction with the smart battery, and I know there's some telemetry involved. It's a whole new world for Horizon. It's a world that I've been in for about 6 years with Free Sky, but Horizon's finally coming around. Thanks, George. I was gonna do a video. I was gonna do this from the field. I was gonna try anyway. I'm sure Wes is gonna shoot some stuff while we're there. So keep an eye open Saturday. Wes will probably be live. We'll be doing some stuff. So keep your eyes open. Yeah, the auto storage is what's new for me too. You know, all the rest of that tech I've been doing with battery telemetry and a GPS. So it gives me all my amps and volts and everything. I don't want the amps and all that crap. I just want the volts. But yeah, all that's available. And then I add a GPS module and I get altitude and airspeed and all kinds of stuff. So for cheap. So it's not expensive at all. But this is all new stuff for Horizon. And it's cool. I'm not knocking it. I think it's great. If I wasn't already set up with all this stuff, I'd be looking at it for sure. Because I'm kind of a tech geek. Not hardcore like Marshall, but I like it. I definitely like having my battery voltage while I'm flying, and I like it talking to me and telling me what my battery voltage is. Not through the whole flight, but at the end of the flight, when it's getting near time to land, I have it set up so she's giving me my voltages, so I can keep track of how fast it's diminishing, and I know just how much time I have to fly. Usually once I start getting those warnings, I'm not going to do any vertical stuff or anything at that point. Now it's just cruise mode, finish off the battery, get a little more flight time, and just cruise around. No hard maneuvers or vertical stuff once I start getting the battery calls, but it just lets me know where I'm at, and I can't fly without it. I mean, I love having that in the airplane. You know, some planes like my Cessna, the Carbon Z, I've been flying that thing for 4 years now, at least. I know exactly how long I can fly that, so I don't bother putting the telemetry in that plane because I don't need to. I know exactly how it's going to respond and what I can do and can't do, and so I don't worry about running out of battery on that particular plane because I've just flown it so much. But on everything else, I like having the telemetry. I like knowing exactly where I'm at. So Dave, are there any transmitters that smart stuff won't work with? Any of the later transmitters? I'm assuming that the new DX6 and the 8 and the 9 and all those it works with. Maybe not that, what do they call that thing, the DX6E or ES or whatever that thing is? Probably don't work with that, I'm guessing. Maybe oh, you said that was basically a DX6 with everything turned off, right? So, yeah, I guess you have to turn it all on and it will work with that probably, right? See, I do watch your show and I listen. You know. I like your show. I like, you know, I learn a few things here and there. I pay attention. Yeah, you need my 109, Paul. The snow camo. That's what my 109 is. The regular camo's brown. I wasn't a fan of that. Yeah, according to that new plane they just came out with the 637 receiver, it says it does DSM-X and DSM-2. So I'm a big fan of that, because my module is only DSM-2. But yeah. Yeah, Dave, but all that cool stuff that you're looking at, you can't look at it while you're flying the airplane, you know? Unless you want to be in a tree. So, you know, as cool as all that tech is, and that's why I have most of that stuff turned off, is because it doesn't help me while I'm flying the plane. Yeah, it's cool and everything. And a lot of times, most of the time I don't have the altimeter or the airspeed on because that doesn't interest me. But a lot of the guys want to hear it. Especially if I'm flying the Avanti or the Havoc. You know, they say, you know, the first thing they ask me is, you got the GPS on? You got the okay, I'll turn, you know, so I have to put it in, turn it on, so that they can listen to the airspeed as I come hauling ass by. And, you know, because they get a big kick out of that. And the funny thing is both these guys have free sky transmitters, but neither one of them are taking advantage of the telemetry. So I don't know why, but yeah. Yeah, the DX6E is what I meant. Yeah, the DX6E, the DX6, 8, 8E, 9. 18, of course, 20, yeah, the IX12 and 20, yeah, that's cool. So that, but but they all need updated. Even the IX12 and 20, you have to run an update to use the smart tech, right? Not that it's a big deal, but just for, you know, point of reference, you have to run the update on everything so that it matches the new smart stuff. All right, guys, I'm not leaving. I'll keep talking, but you'll hear me. But I'm gonna mess with my data plug for the camera because I'd like to get that back up. So I'm still here, not leaving to hit the wife or anything. I'm here. Don't want to leave you guys out. I'm just gonna try cleaning up these USB connections here. And I'll talk a little softer because I'm right on the mic now, so you guys are going to hear me very clearly. Okay, those clean. Let's see if that helps. And Air Marshal, I think you're right. I think it's a power thing. I think even though these cables are only adding up to about 9 to 12 feet total, there's connections. It's not one, so there's connections. And I think you're right. I think it's a slight power loss is enough to make the camera keep stalling out the way it does. So I'm going to have to look into get a single cable with maybe gold connections on it. And okay, well, they weren't literally born with it, but they did release an update to make them smart, right? Because I thought I heard you on one of your shows say that you have to run an update on the IX12 and the 20. It's just a firmware update, you know, to make it work correctly. I thought that's what I heard you say. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. So let's see if the camera's working better now. Okay, so the camera's on. It's staying live. Still live. Still live. Hey, I think we're onto something here. Still live. Wow. Hey. There you go. Alright, we're good. She's staying live. So let's play around a little bit with this, Dave. Let's get this smart checker out here. Now you said if I plug in the battery and the balance lead, I'll get something different. So let's try that. Let's get my little battery adapter out here. We'll plug that in. And then we'll plug this in. And then we'll plug this in. Boy, that's tough to do. Holy shit. Need a longer cord for that. Okay, so I saw all the batteries went green for a second. Alright, so tell me where to go. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Dave. Yeah, plug your 6 in and see how it works with the legacy stuff. Oh, so the 20 was good from the start, but the 12 needed an update. Okay. All right. Okay, so let me get back to this so I can see what I'm doing here on the camera. Okay, Dave. So tell me where to go. Walk us through this. I'll be your hands. You sell this thing. Tell us what it does. I don't know. Just talk us through it. You know, narrate what you want me to do and what it and tell everybody while I'm pushing buttons what we're seeing. You know all about this thing. We all want to know. You know, there's only a few of us that have it. Here's your chance to show it off, man. I know you want me to press and hold this. Brings up this menu. Oops. So there's the auto storage. Wow. So it goes as low as 12 hours. And it goes up in 1 hour increments up to what? 240? What was that? 240 hours. Holy crap. From 12 to 240 hours. All right. Well, that's wild, but okay. That's what she said. Okay, what do you want me to do next? Yeah, I'm not going to set it for anything. I just wanted to see it where it was, because when I looked at the original menu, it wasn't there, and I was like, wait a minute. So, yeah, I'm not going to set it yet. I've only had one flight on this battery. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like you said, who in the world would set the thing for 240 hours? I mean, that's nuts. I wouldn't let my battery sit that long charged under any condition. "48 hours you use?" Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll set it later. I gotta kind of figure out what I want to do and how I want to use that. So I'm not gonna set it yet. But so I really don't have a need at this time because we fly all year round here. I can see how this would be real helpful for guys up north. Right, I understand, Dave. Yeah, I don't want it on right now. That's cool. Now, how does it? What resets the 48-hour timer? As soon as you plug it in to use it in another plane, or what? Because if it's already on the countdown, and you decide that you've got time to go fly it, you just go out and fly it, and it stops the timer, resets the timer. What's it do? Shuts the timer off, and you have to reset it? How does that work exactly? Right, I figured that. Yeah. So what else can you show us? What else does this thing do? Uh-oh. Went away. I'm not using a smart charger yet. If my two chargers blow up and I need to replace it, I'll probably replace it with the smart charger for sure. But right now, I don't need to buy another charger. Actually, this smart battery was very reasonable. This is a 5050C, and it was, I think, 140 bucks. I mean, it was free with my Havoc, but I think that's what it goes for, like 140. And I just bought a battery from RC Jetworks, and it was a 6060C, and it was 125 bucks. So, it's not that bad. I mean, they're getting you for a little bit of smart tech here, but I don't think it's outrageous. All right, Dave. Well, there's something you can start looking up because inquiring minds want to know. The regular main menu, is that what you want me to go back to? This menu? Yeah, what I was really curious about, Dave, on the auto storage is, say I pick the batteries, set for 12 hours, and I'm working on an airplane, and I pick that battery up and I plug it into the airplane to test a servo, adjust a control surface, whatever. Does that reset the clock and the 12 hours starts over again once I disconnect it from the plane, or is the 12 hours still running? That's the kind of questions I had. So, look into that. Let's find out. I don't think I have a... Well, maybe. Hang on a minute. I might have a servo here. Well, I see a servo wire. There's probably a servo attached to it. If I get this stupid bucket out of my way. No, that's a speed control. Got a pile of servos in the house. I don't appear to have... Oh, wait a minute. I think there was a servo here. Well, I know what we got. I do have a servo in this car that's not hooked up. Hang on a minute. Let's grab this. Yeah, it's got the old style plug on it. That's how old it is. Alright, so here's one for you, Dave. You're gonna love this. You got any servos with this lead on it? This is going way back now. You ever seen that servo lead? Yeah. Yeah, GB, it's you should have heard it earlier. Holy crap. This is nothing right now. This is just a gentle little rain. A little earlier we had a typhoon. Futaba. It's a Futaba servo. Yeah. It's old. It's very old. Yeah, I've got a bunch of receivers that use that style. Old 72 megahertz stuff. So, yeah, I thought maybe that had the new connector on it. We could use that. Other than that, I don't have a servo out here, I guess. I probably do somewhere, trust me. But none with... Yeah, see, those are the old style connectors, too. I got anything out here with the new servo in it? That'd be easy to get at? Yeah, I don't see anything. Alright, Dave, we'll see you in a little bit. Oh, darn. Camera froze again. Alright, go back to here. Paul. That's funny. I don't know what I would use that plug for. Interesting. Wes, you still in here? Is it raining up there yet? No, I left the plastic on the screen for a reason. I can angle it so that the light doesn't. I just figured I'd leave that protection on there for now, and then when it finally peels off, I have the screen protector it came with. Then I'll put that on and run that as long as I can until that goes bad, and then I'll peel that off and be running a bare screen. By then, it probably won't work anymore anyway. But yeah, it's not that bad. If you're getting the glare, you know, if I angle it the wrong way, I can angle it so that that doesn't show up. So besides the new air tractor and the $40 off everything that Arrows RC and the Warbirds, what other deals are going on right now, guys? Anybody run into anything cool? Buy anything cool? Yeah, it's cool. I like it. I'm not sorry I bought it, for sure. I only have 2 smart batteries right now, and but since it's reversed, you know, it's compatible with old technology, it was a no-brainer to buy it. You know, so I have the advantage of both the old and new now. Yeah, that's what Dave was saying, but I see a plug here that looks like a cell phone jack, you know, that you would plug power into. Yeah, the USB would be what you would plug your phone cord into to charge your phone, but what would you be using the phone jack for? I haven't figured that one out yet. Yeah, I know it came with, you know, like I said, I got the screen protector. I'm just not going to put it on right away. I'm going to let that one stay on there for now. It's a free screen protector. It came on it. I'm going to leave it on there for now. But what would you use this the cell phone jack for? I can't figure that one out. Unless you're, well, no, that wouldn't work either. I don't know what you'd use that for. I'm talking about this jack. Oh, the camera's not working. Let me hang on a minute. Let me see if I can get the camera working. Okay. Let's switch over to the camera. And it froze up again already. Oh, damn it. Try it again. No, it keeps freezing up. Oh well. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. All right. Well. No, I don't have a servo, Dave, out here. Nothing in easy reach. I could go in the house and get one, but I'll get drenched. Yeah, I just don't have a loose servo out here. Well, Paul, that was 66. Listen, I was born in 60, so, you know, yeah, that was used in 66 through, you know, I don't know. I would say like 70, mid-70s, I think, is when they switched over, I think. Somewhere around there. Trying to remember. Maybe it was the late. No, it's probably the late 70s. Oh, here comes the rain again. Yeah, it's probably the late 70s, early 80s, I think. When they switched over to the new style we're using now. Yeah, well, I have servos. I got a whole box of them in the house. Unfortunately, I'd have to run through the rain to go in the house to get one. I don't have a door that's... See, this is a lean-to shed garage that's built on the side of the trailer. So I have to go out in the parking lot, through the rain, around to the porch, up the steps, in the house, and then come back. And by the time I do that, I'll be drenched. You know, it's not a garage on a house. It's a lean-to next to a trailer. Yeah, which makes me a dusty asshole man. Yep, that'd be me. But I don't look it. I've pretty much seen it all, for sure, Paul. Not making the big bucks, though. And it's a shame. Here's a story for you. You'll love this. So, 40 years of automotive experience, both as a mechanic, a line mechanic, auto, motorcycle, and marine. And I can't get a job for more than $10 an hour at the auto parts store. But I can go right next door to Aldi's and start tomorrow for $13 an hour as a part-time stock boy. Figure that one out. And then the auto parts stores, they're trying to figure out why they can't get good help. Well, gee, I don't know. let's get some rocket scientists to figure it out for us. Shall we? Yeah, and a heavy payload with all those nickels. Yeah, I have that set up here too. I have one of those radios on the floor here. And it's a slightly different configuration. The ones you're talking about had white connectors, right? They were white. They sort of look like our balance board leads. Similar. Not exact, but similar. Yeah, it would be nice to have insurance right off the bat. Yeah, luckily I just heard this Monday, I was hired part-time, so yeah, I'm getting no benefits. But they apparently O'Reilly's is changing their policy. They want a bigger ratio of full-time employees than part-time employees. So at my 84-day mark, which is the make it or break it day, I think they're probably gonna offer me full time. If they keep me, they're probably gonna offer me full time, which then I'll get benefits. And so we'll see. I gotta tell you right now, the Affordable Health Care Act is working for me. Because of my low income, well, technically I didn't qualify. I didn't make enough money last year to qualify for the Affordable Care Act. I was about $2,000 short. But with the new raise at the new job and the more hours, I'll make it. So this year I'm legal. I'll make it. My coverage didn't start till this year anyway. So so my coverage started at the same time I started my new job. So. So I had two choices when I signed up for this health care. I could pay nothing a month, and I would have co-pays of like $5 and $10, and a co-pay or prescriptions for I think off-brand, non-branded, off-brand, generic prescriptions. I think I had a $5 or $10 pay on those. But if I have a serious injury, my out of pocket is $8,500 before they start paying the rest. And but I had option number 2. I pay $32 a month. And my out-of-pocket cap is $1,000. So whatever happens to me at $1,000, I'm done paying anything, and they take care of the rest. And I only have to pay $32 a month. So honestly, for what O'Reilly's paying me, I'd be better off to stay part-time, or even full-time. I'd probably still not make enough to kick me out. So I'd be better off to go full-time at O'Reilly's, but not take the health care, stay on the Affordable Health Care Act, because it's a better deal for me. Yeah, forget the healthcare crap over in China. We should be making the shit here anyway, period. But you know what killed it? Unions. And listen, I don't want to get into a big union fight. I'm not against unions, but as soon as you try to put workers in a factory making foam airplanes and want to pay them minimum wage to start, they're going to try to get the union in there to get, you know, bigger wages, and then where does the price of the airplane go? You know? And then it's right back to we can't afford this shit no more. So, you know, it's sad, but it's true. You know, we just don't want to work for free in this country. And, but we want to pay cheap for everything. Well, you just can't have it both ways. Of course, if the wages were higher, then we'd be willing to pay higher. I get that, you know. But it's a perpetual wheel. So we have to have a more thought out structure. Like, absolutely, minimum wage should not be $15 an hour. That's stupid. To pay a guy to sweep a floor or flip a burger at Burger King is not a job that's worth $15 an hour. You know, a job that takes some training, intelligence, you know, that's a job that's worth $15 an hour. So, if it's a non-skilled job, it should not get $15 an hour. If it's a skilled labor job, and you've been at it more than a year at least, then yes, I think maybe $15 an hour, that's negotiable. But across the board, 15, no, absolutely not. That would make it impossible to have a $1 hamburger at McDonald's. If everybody back there flipping burgers and wiping off tables is making $15 an hour, you know, that'd be stupid. So I'm not a fan of that. But if it's a skilled labor job, you know, auto mechanic, you know, something like that, computer programmer or a IT guy, or then absolutely, yeah, I think $15 an hour is more than a fair wage for someone that's got skills. So we have to figure out how to determine, you know, where we draw the line as skilled, non-skilled, you know, $7.35 or whatever minimum wage is, or 15. You know, it's got to be a. Well, and that's true, you know. And honestly, that probably would work here. You know, there's so many homeless people out. You know, some of them would probably be willing to work, live at their job and work. I'm sure some of them would. And not all of them. Some of them just don't want to do anything. They just want to live in the woods, like right now, and get soaking wet in the rain. You know, because they don't want to. They don't want to lift a finger for anything. You know, it's the lead the horse to water syndrome. You know. Right. Well, then there's the Social Security thing. Exactly. So now we're on that. You know. Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms. You know. And I'm in that age group where I don't think I'm not sure if I can retire at 62 or not. I think I have to wait till I'm 72 because they keep bumping it up. And I think I fall into that bracket where I'm going to have to work past 62 to get my Social Security benefits. So yeah, there's that too. So yeah, it's a can of worms, but I damn sure wish there was a way we could make these planes here in America. Stop buying from China. You know, put more people to work. I don't know if I told you guys or not, but Amazon opened another distribution center down here. And they put an ad in the paper, now hiring. And I think it was $10.65 an hour. We have 100 jobs starting at $10.65 an hour, warehouse help. They had 16,000 people applied for those 100 jobs. 16,000. That's how many people in this area were out of work. And they say unemployment's down. No, it's not. It's just nobody qualifies for benefits anymore. So they don't have any way of tracking all these people that aren't working. So, yeah. Sure, Dave, I understand that, but you know, you're not some spring chicken just got out of school starting off. I'm saying you get out of school with an IT degree and you go to work someplace and the minimum wage is $7 something an hour, and that's all they're offering you because there's 10,000 guys behind, there's 16,000 people behind you wanting the same job. So I'm saying, you know, the 19-year-old that's coming out of school or 22-year-old out of college, whatever, walks in and there's 16,000 applying for this job, but the minimum wage is $15 an hour for you newbies that are just starting off, you know, because it's a skilled labor job, and you know, it sure beats them fighting over a $7.85 or $7.65, whatever minimum wage is right now. You know, because that's what we have right now. You know, listen, Josh is an IT guy out of work too. I mean, he's working now, but he's not working in IT because, you know, he was having trouble finding an IT job that paid what he was willing to work for, you know, because that's what's going on right now. There's so many people out of work, you're fighting for the job. So, and it comes down to, well, who'll work the cheapest? You know, it's almost a bidding war. Well, I'll do it for $12 an hour. Well, I'll do it for $11. You know. So, yeah. That's why I was saying, you know, if you were coming out of high school or college with an IT degree and you went to a job interview and they said, we'll start you at $15 an hour, you know, I mean, I know that's not great money, but it's a starting place. You know, maybe after 90 days you show them how good you are, well, you get a big raise. But it beats the hell out of starting at, you know, $7.35 an hour. And why would you go to school to get an IT degree to start at $15 an hour if you can just walk over to McDonald's and get a job wiping the table off with a napkin for the same money? No schooling, just walk into McDonald's and they're going to hire you at $15 an hour because that's the new minimum wage. That's ludicrous. Why the hell would you go to school when you can make that kind of money at McDonald's? You know. So yeah, that's why I don't like that whole thing. But yeah, I made 4 times what I'm making now when I worked for Allstate as an insurance adjuster. And I was there for 5 years to the day. And yeah, I never thought I'd be making that less than that again. I thought I was going to stay at that high pay rate and retire very happily. Hey, Mr. Cub Crazy! Welcome, welcome, welcome. I watched your video. It was freaking hilarious. I absolutely loved it. You got the Mustang sitting there with the Mustang, you know, engine idle sound, which was cool as hell, and then the screeching to a stop, braking was hilarious at the end. So, nice video. You know, that was well done. I like your editing. That was good. Very nice. Looks like you were having fun with that plane. Yep, I agree with that too. You know, this crap of paying these illegals is just stupid. And they come over here pregnant so they get free health care. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, put them on a bus, send them back. You know, let them have the baby over there. Or stop this policy, you know, the dry feet, you're automatically a citizen bullshit, you know? Oh, the kid can stay. He's a citizen. He can. You guys have to go home. You pick. Go home and take your kid with you. Leave your kid here. We'll put him in foster care, whatever. You get the hell out. So, yeah, but anybody that didn't bother to go to school, Don, and is willing to work for 15 for the rest of their lives would be happy with that. They wouldn't care about making 20, whereas the IT guy would. But, you know, it's... There's too many kids these days are too freaking lazy. They don't want to work at all. I mean, they're looking for a free ride. You know, all these kids, I work with a bunch of kids. Thank God my store doesn't have any. We have one, but he's a worker. All the other stores I've worked at, both AutoZone and O'Reilly's, I go in these other stores with these kids working there, and all they do is this all day. Can I help you? Oh, aisle 2. You know, that's how they take care of customers. Tell me I'm wrong. How many times does that happen to you? Everywhere you go. Dave, you flew your Mustang, right? Wow. Well, good for you, Don. I mean, both your kids are doing well. Obviously, one better, but still, both are doing well. You know, even 25 an hour, that's not chump change. You know, I was making just a little more than that at Allstate. It seemed like it was, but it's starting back up, Craig. So, yeah, it's not passed yet. It just started raining hard again. Let me go to my real map. I have one weather app I really like. Not this one. I'll tell you whether Wes is getting it yet or not. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Yeah, we've got about another half hour, I'd say, it looks like. It's going to rain hard here for a few more minutes, and then it's going to taper off, and then it'll be gone. There's nothing out in the Gulf. Yeah, Wes is getting it now. He might have lost power. That's why he's not in the room. Yeah, he's getting hammered right now. Yeah, that's great, Don. Your kids are going to do well. Sounds like they're going to do very well. Good for them. They both got good careers. So, that's good for them. I take it they both went to school. Yeah, I used to work for Home Depot back when it was owned by two guys. One's, Arthur Blanc, who owns the Atlanta Falcons. Him and Bernie Marcus owned Home Depot, and I worked for the Home Depot when they owned it, and it was a great place then. They treated everyone like family. You know, everybody was full-time, everybody had benefits, everybody got profit sharing, stock options, everything. And then, they sold it because Arthur wanted to buy the Atlanta Falcons, and Bernie went to Atlanta and started this giant indoor aquarium. It's the biggest indoor aquarium in the world, I think. So they still are buddies and hanging out together up in Atlanta. And Home Depot is not what it used to be. Not for employees. Home Depot's on the part-time for most of us and no benefits. It's like everybody else. No, Home Depot's, it's not privately owned anymore, Dave. It's on a, it's, what the hell? What do they call that? It's stockholders own it. He might still have stock, but he used to own it, literally. I mean, there was no stockholders. It was him and Bernie. They sold out, and now it's corporate owned, and stockholders own it. And, maybe Art still has stock, but he doesn't have controlling stock. That's when they hired that stupid Bob Nardelli to run it. And he ran it right into the ground. Same thing he did to Chrysler and GE. So, yeah, public traded company, yeah. That's what I was trying to think of, Don. Thank you. Yeah, Don, that sounds great. I mean, that's... God bless you, man. Your kids are going to do great. That's fantastic. Yeah, my brother got to go to college. My dad left. He went and found himself a girlfriend, left my mom, left us. There was no money to send me to college. I probably wouldn't have gone anyway. Honestly, I'm not book smart. So I really screwed myself. I didn't have anybody in my life to lead me into the... you got to go to school, you got to get an education so you can make some real money in life. I always figured I'd just be a mechanic or something and make a decent living, and that didn't work out at all. So the world changed unbelievably, and all my plans went out the window. So I'm basically starting over again now, trying to figure out how to I thought I had it whipped. When I went to work for Allstate, I thought I had it. I thought I was going to retire there. They told me I was going to retire there. Nobody ever leaves Allstate. Nobody. You're here forever. You got to do something really bad to lose this job. And then we had all of this. I didn't do something bad. The world did something bad. All this fraud. It cost them so much money, they decided that it was time to pull the hell out. And, so they were going to leave Florida altogether. Allstate was going to pack up and leave. They weren't going to even bother with Florida anymore. Because South is so much corruption in the Miami area, fraud out the window. And then Tampa hit with a lot of fraud. So they thought long and hard, and they decided, okay, we're not going to pull out, but we're going to restructure. We're not going to cover the South anymore. We're going to focus our attention in the North, the Panhandle. And they asked all of us, would any of you be willing to relocate? Yeah, I'll go. I don't care. I'm still in Florida. Yeah, I'll go to the Panhandle. I'll gladly go. Then they laid, I think, 2,500 of us off, all the same day, by phone. They brought up about, I don't know, there's probably 50 of us in the room. We're sitting at tables in a big horseshoe, and there's a little desk in the middle with a phone on it. And the district manager for Allstate was on the phone and told us all, if you're in the room, you don't have a job anymore. Oh, great. Thanks. Thank you so much. I don't think I agree with that, Dave. I didn't have, when I worked back, in this doing the same job, back, right out of high school, 19, I went to work at an auto parts store. It was a private-owned auto parts store in Ohio, and the people I worked with worked. They didn't stand around picking their noses, screwing around on computers, whatever. It was, people worked. And, today, all these kids I'm working with, none of them want to work. They're sitting on trash cans watching YouTube videos, or they're on social media chatting away with whoever, or watching, all the crap that people put up on social media. It's ridiculous. They don't want to work. And they make rules you can't have your phone out or anything like that. They don't care. They do it anyway. Their attitude is, because they're still living home with mom, their attitude is, fire me. I don't care. I don't want the job anyway. They just don't give a shit. It's the parenting, that hasn't changed. Your kids are what the parents make them. So, obviously, Don's been doing some damn good parenting because he's got 2 scholar children. And, listen, I loved my parents, but I didn't have good parenting. Dad was chasing women, and once my mom caught him, she went to the bar. So my mom was in the bar. She went to work, got out of work, went straight to the bar, stayed in the bar till 2 in the morning. Dad was gone. I was 13 and fending for myself. I had to cook my own dinner, and I had, all that. I latchkey kid. Latchkey kid. Yeah. So. Well, there was other ways to screw off in the 60s. Yeah, they didn't have a cell phone in their pocket, but, there were plenty of other things you could do. The guys that didn't want to work. Listen, the guy right now, okay, here's a perfect example. The guy I was working with at AutoZone, we had a brand new Circle K open up next door. We shared the parking lot. So he'd ask the boss, hey, can I go next door and get a soda? Sure. He'd be gone for an hour. How long does it take to get a soda? And he's over there bullshitting with the girls and whatever. He's hanging out over there while he's on the clock. Gone for an hour to get a soda. You know, that hasn't changed. You could do that back in the 60s. You know, you don't need a cell phone to do that. So, yeah. Yeah, Don, so you grew up just like me. We have exactly the same. You know, I don't have any kids, mostly because I don't want to share my toys. You know, all my RC stuff and everything else I have. No, I just, I wasn't ready to have kids young. I didn't want kids young. I wanted to wait till I was, you know, financially more secure. And when I got to the point where I wanted kids, my first wife, she didn't want kids either when we got married. You know, we both agreed, no, we don't want any kids. And then, you know, 7 years later, she changed her mind. So she left. And my second wife is my ex-wife, who is living with me now, is 12 years older than me, and she already had 3 grown kids when we married. We married 20 years ago. And so her kids are all grown and gone, and she couldn't have any more kids. So I just missed, you know, the opportunity to have kids. I mean, I could still have them now if I could find someone that wants to marry some old fart like me. Yeah, then yeah, you know, and I'd be willing to do that if, you know, I'd love to be a stay-at-home dad, you know, marry some professional woman that wants to work, and I'll stay home and take care of the kids. But it's not going to happen. Well, the big thing today, Dave, is everybody thinks they're going to be a YouTube star. I mean, I can't tell you how many kids I've talked to that think they're going to start a YouTube channel and make millions of dollars. And we know the truth about that. And, yeah, that's not a reality, but you can't tell them that. Yeah. Oh, I'm still friends with my first wife. My second wife's living with me. I haven't burned any bridges. We didn't really have any... you know, I found out my first wife married me just to get out of the house. You know, she had a 10 o'clock curfew at 23 years old. So she didn't want to live at home anymore. So she married me to get out of the house. I was the only guy that was ever interested in her. I don't know why. She's beautiful. Yeah, so she married me just to get out of the house. I found that out years later. And, but, you know, I still see her. I'm best friends with, well, my best friend married her mother. So I used to see them a lot. You know, even after the divorce, I would run into her over at the house. Because I'd go see Wayne, and she'd be there seeing her mom, and Wayne, or whatever. So, and things haven't worked out for her. She went to college. You know, when we were dating, we dated for 4 years. And while she was going to college, I bought her a car, and I took care of the car for her, and I got her all her credit cards. I showed her how to go around and get credit cards. You know, go get a Sears card and put a little money on it and pay it off. And So we did that whole routine and got her some credit, got her established, and then we got married. We didn't want kids, and then, my life fell apart. Lost a job. Had a job lined up, but I wasn't starting it just yet. And, and I didn't want kids, and she did, so, she just said, listen, I want kids. You don't. Bye. And that was the end of that. And, but I still run into her, and we talk, she knows she could call me anytime. I'd be there for her. But yeah. And wife number 2 has left me 3 times and comes back each time. And she's never left for more than a year. Well, I made her wait 3 years the first time because I was pissed at her. But she wanted to come back after 6 months. And I wouldn't let her. I purposely dated the fattest girl I could find. Just to piss her off. And it did. I enjoyed those 3 years, I gotta tell you. A little payback. Yeah. So. Wow, Paul, that's cool as shit. Your aunt was a pilot? Super cool. So do you have your private pilot's license, Paul? Are you actively flying? Welcome to the show. Is that Celine? Is that how? No. Salim? I don't know how to say that. But welcome. What is that linked to your channel? Dave? The what? The Karmer? I don't know what that is. Yeah, baby. I'm not clicking that link. I did that once. I ain't doing that again. No more of that. Holy crap. That link Love put on me screwed me that night. Jesus. Ah, it's after 12. So the storm is gone. I think we're done. Wesley's getting hammered. But I think I'm done. I think we're done for the night with the rain. Let me take a quick look here. Yep, we're in the clear. It's done raining for the night. What is the best jet blaster? I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean by a jet blaster? That's right. And we all know he who dies with the most toys wins. So, Yeah, I honestly, I thought about, there's such a pilot shortage right now. I'd go get my license tomorrow if I thought I could make enough money between now and retirement to pay off my bills. Um, oh, I get it now. Okay, Dave. Okay. Yeah, you can plug your channel all you want. That's fine. I was trying to figure out what the hell it said, and I'm like, what the hell? And yeah, after getting burned the other night, I'm not clicking anybody's links anymore. Not till somebody else clicks it first and confirms it's safe. As that ruined my show that night. I mean, holy crap. Yep, Hangar 9 could definitely get pricey. I've never bought anything Hangar 9. I do have a Hangar 9 plane, but I didn't buy it. Somebody gave it to me, but yeah. And it wasn't like ready to fly. It was a kit. And I don't have the money to put it together, but yeah. That's out of my price range. It was a link that Love RC dropped in the chat, and I clicked it, and it was a virus. It went to a web page that was a virus, and it put a pop-up malware thing on my computer. It took me about an hour to get it straightened out. But in the meantime, I lost the chat and everything. You guys all left, and I lost several hours of view time and everything else, plus an hour of me fighting with my computer to get the virus out of it. And I don't know if he did it deliberately. I doubt it. I don't think he's that guy, but I don't know. I don't know him personally, but he doesn't seem like that guy. Maybe he just, didn't check the link before he shared the link. One of those deals where if somebody said, hey, this link's to whatever, it's really cool, try it out, check it out, whatever, and he just passed it on, and then, and I clicked it thinking, it was safe, and it wasn't. So, yeah, it took my computer down for a good hour. But I got it out, and everything, and I opened the chat back up, and then Mr. Cub Crazy came in the room, and we chatted for hours. But it was just the two of us. There were 9 in the room, but him and I were the only ones talking. We had 8 or 7 lurkers. Yeah, that's when my computer got kung flu. The best training plane, I would say, is the, in my opinion, either the Apprentice or the Mini Apprentice. Price-wise, technology-wise, ease of flying. Yeah, see, everybody, Jackson and Air Marshal all agree. The Apprentice is, for a beginner airplane, you just can't go wrong with it. And you can get the ready-to-fly version that gives you everything you need. You get your transmitter, the plane, battery, charger, everything you need to go out and learn to fly. Now, I still recommend you have an experienced pilot standing with you and help you. I wouldn't just buy it and go out and try to fly yourself. You technically probably could, but it's not a good idea. I would definitely still get somebody to help you. You won't need a lot of help probably, depending on what your skill level is, but even just having an experienced pilot standing next to you to give you some confidence is better than trying to do it alone. So I highly recommend you get an experienced pilot and an apprentice, and it'll make your first hobby experience in this much better, much more enjoyable. And if your co-pilot is doing his job, your instructor, you'll go home with a unbroken airplane, which is always good. I have a couple instructors at my field that think crashing the plane is part of learning, and I don't agree with that analogy at all. So they don't do anything to help. They just stand there and let the guy fly it and let him crash it. And then they says, crashing's part of the hobby. It's a good experience. No, I don't agree. You're going to crash enough on your own, just making mistakes or having failures, part failures, radio failures, whatever. You don't need to learn to crash. That's not stick time. I figure every time I can save that airplane from crashing is more stick time for him that day. If I can keep him in the air all day by saving the plane when he gets it in trouble, then we've had a good day. So that's my training logic, is let's save the plane so that you can fly it again, all day. Not get there in the morning and 30 minutes after you're there, you broke the plane and your day is done. You ain't learning to fly that way. Are you leaving, or you're going to hang out with us? Because we'll probably be here for hours. You're welcome to just hang out. You don't have to leave. Yeah, most of the stuff coming out is because they're not trainers. Everything that pretty much anything after you get out of trainers is at least 5-channel. Most of the time. I mean, certain planes like, a 3D plane is going to be 4-channel. There's no retracts or flaps on a 3D plane. But yeah, anything at scale is going to have flaps. And if it's, a complex, what they consider a complex airplane, it's going to have flaps and retracts. So yeah, that's 6 channels. The technology of the planes today are much different too. I mean, God, the planes I grew up with were just balsa wood boxes. Hell, you were lucky to have flaps on one, and it was almost unheard of to have retracts back then, because most of the time the retracts would fail. They were so unreliable back in the day, it was ridiculous. So yeah, it was, rarely did I see an airplane with retracts. And occasionally I'd see one with flaps. But today, all these foam airplanes, as scale as they are, both looking and flying, it's way different. Oh my God. It's amazing what we're coming out with. So yeah, I would say hey Troy, did you buy one of those Carbon Cub S's with the Autoland? I'd like to hear. Did you buy one of those? Yeah, Dave, I hear that. That's what my ex is complaining about now. She's got flaps. No retracts though, but yeah, she's got flaps. And your GPS Autoland is working, Troy? See, I bought one of those too, not just because I thought the tech was cool. It didn't work, like everybody else. There were hundreds of us in the chat rooms with the exact same problem. The only way you could even fly the airplane was to take the GPS out of it. If you unplugged the GPS and took it out of the plane, you could fly the plane in safe mode and all that. But the GPS thing just didn't work at all for most of us. There were dozens of those things on sale on eBay. Supposedly bench tested and tested good. And, they don't work. So, I'm just curious if you got the Autoland to work. Okay. Well, yeah, it would be understandable if the voltage went down, but yeah. Yeah, I couldn't get the damn thing to work. Nobody else could either that I worked with, talked to. Never seen one work. Seen a bunch of them out at the flying field. Everybody did the same thing I did. They took the GPS out of it so they could fly it. Because it doesn't work. We couldn't get it to work. Well, did you solo, Paul? Hey, as long as it's hitting the runway, Troy, that's all I wanted. I just wanted to watch it land on the runway all by itself. That's what I bought it for. Because right now, they're testing that technology in full-size airplanes. It's available in 2 airplanes. The Piper, what do they call that thing? The GS6000 or something? It's the turboprop. And the Cirrus Jet. What the hell they call that thing? Those planes are coming with it equipped. It's still in the testing string. But yeah, if something happens, you press a button on the instrument panel, and the plane lands itself, everything all by itself at the nearest airport. It lands right on the center line, comes to stop on the runway, and tells you to get out of the airplane. Very, very nicely, very calmly, the voice explains how to exit the airplane. So even if the plane was on fire, it takes care of everything. It's cool tech. So I bought it to play with the cool tech, and I just wanted to see it land on the runway. After I showed it where the runway is, the orientation of the runway and all that, I wanted to see it land itself, and it didn't work. You couldn't fly it. All right, T3. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you again. You've been missing for a little while. So I'm glad you're back. I did notice. Stinger, it really doesn't matter that much. Listen, you're going to pay a little more for the IC3 or an IC5 battery. And not that much more, but you're going to pay more. So if you're not really going to get into it full boogie like Dave is, and you're not going to make use of that tech, then I'd say you don't need it. Don't. But if you're planning on buying planes that have the smart in it, and you want to continue to buy smart batteries to take advantage of it, then yeah, I would say, go for it. I'm not going to do it right away. I might eventually work into it. If I have the opportunity to buy some of these smart batteries at good prices, I'll buy them because they work with the old stuff. Now, if they had just shut it off and said, you're either going to be old or new, then I wouldn't have bought this and they wouldn't have any of my business because I wouldn't have bothered. But, if I buy enough of the, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more airplanes with free batteries. Okay? I have a real, the next one you're going to see with a free battery is going to be that Mustang that Dave bought. I'm pretty much betting that because of the price of it, they're gonna add a battery to it, probably around Christmas, you'll be able to buy that Mustang with a free battery. Probably this battery, this same the 5050C battery. That'll be a Christmas, Black Friday deal. It wouldn't surprise me one bit to see that plane with a free battery. Just to get the tech out there. That's what their whole gig was. They're trying to get this tech in people's hands, and I like it. I'm not going to jump ship and switch over to Spectrum, and by any means, I don't like it that much, but I like it. Air Marshal, which one do you think is faster, the Havoc or the Avanti? Yeah, I just like you said, Dave. I bought the adapter, the extension adapter, so that I could use this thing, because God only knows why in the world they're putting IC5 connectors in all the planes that are coming out now. Whether it's 3, 4, or 5 channel, it gets an IC5 connector, but they make the checker with an IC3. Haven't figured that out. Why didn't they just go ahead and put the IC5 connector on it so we didn't have to buy this damn thing? But yeah, it's cool tech. I like it. I love that they didn't box themselves out of, the middle road guy like me. I can buy it and like it too, even though I'm not going to switch to Spectrum. An IC3 connector will plug into this to power it. I can still charge my cell phone through this off an IC3 connector, or I'm in an EC3 connector. There's all kinds of coolness in this without going whole hog smart. So for that reason, I bought it. It's just a good piece of equipment that goes both ways. I definitely like that. Yeah, Jackson, of course that's their plan. They want you to spend more money. Paul, the T20, you're talking about the big Carbon Z T28? I'd recommend that to anybody. You literally can come off of an apprentice into that plane and you can fly it. It's that good. That plane is amazing. So yeah, if I don't know what kind of pilot you are, but if you're consider yourself a beginner intermediate, you can fly that plane, and you'll enjoy the hell out of it. So yeah, either that one or the Carbon Z Cessna 150. Either one of those planes will put the biggest smile on your face you could ever imagine. Well, for me, I can tell you, because I've had the GPS in both my planes, the Havoc's faster. Okay, the best I've hit the Avanti is 100 and... I think it was 109. And the Havoc hit 122. Straight level flight. Not a diving, slashing. I can make anything go fast in a dive. but just straight level flight, throttle up. The GPS told me that Havoc did 122, and my Avanti, of course I have an old Avanti, not the new tech, it went 109. So, or no, wait a minute, I think I had 111 once. Yeah, I think I had 111 in the Avanti and 122 in the Havoc. So for me, the Havoc's quicker. They both fly about the same. If I had to pick one, I would absolutely pick the Avanti for so many reasons. It's got lights all over it. It's $60 cheaper. I like the landing gear better. Yeah, I mean, I'm not bashing the Havoc. I love the Havoc. It's a nice plane. I like my Havoc, but if I was picking between them, I would pick the Avanti all day long. I flew my Avanti last weekend 45 minutes after sundown. Okay? After sundown. 45 minutes after sundown, I was flying the Avanti. No way you're flying a Havoc 45 minutes after sundown. No lights. The Avanti's got lights all over it. It's easy to see your orientation. The white beacon on the top, the red beacon on the bottom, you know where you are. It's very, for a millisecond I lose light orientation, but 98% of the time you've got the lights visible and you know where your plane is, and it's pretty easy to fly it. So, so being $60 cheaper and lights all over it is makes it the winner for me all day. But if that's not important to you, the lights and the price, the Havoc's a good airplane. I like it. I think it's cool. I love the green. Can you think how cool that thing would look with lights all over it, like the Avanti and green? They need to come out with that color green Avanti. I'd buy another one. If they came out with that Avanti in green, like the Havoc, I'd buy another Avanti. In a second, I'd buy another Avanti. Right, Stinger. So here's what happened. They did discontinue the T-28 a couple of years ago. And they got a lot of outcry from us, the flyers, the public, their customers, to bring it back. So they did. Now the original one, like mine, doesn't have safe in it. The rebirth they didn't change anything on the airplane other than they put safe in it. And they sold out of them so fast it was unbelievable. They sold out of the whole I don't know how many shipping containers or what they bought, but they sold out of them again. So I think they're back on pre-order because they're going to make a bunch more. I think they were dipping their toes in the water to see if it was okay, and they found out in a big hurry that it was more than okay. So I have a feeling they're going to come out with a much bigger shipment this time. And that's why they're on pre-order. So if you haven't pre-ordered it, do it. Get the pre-order in so you get one of the next batch. It's an airplane you'll never be sorry you bought. Ever. You're never going to get tired of flying it. You're never going to get tired of seeing it in the air because it's so damn big. You're never going to get tired of seeing it sitting on the bench. Just sitting there, it's just beautiful to look at. So, yeah, it'll be a great airplane that you'll cherish forever. So, just don't even think about it. Just get online, go hit the pre-order button, and order the damn thing. You'll be super glad you did, I promise. Listen, I'll tell you, if you buy it and you don't like it, I'll buy it from you. You won't lose a dime. Okay? That's simple. I'll give you a guarantee, Stinger. If you buy it, fly it, and you're not in love with it, you call me or you come in my show and tell me you don't love it, and I'll buy it from you so you won't lose a penny. So now you can't go wrong. You got a guarantee. Well, I don't know if they're going to... Well, it is a 2,000 millimeter. Yeah, that the giant one is a 2,000 millimeter. Yeah, you know, we agree, Dave. Maybe not exactly for the same reasons, but we agree. The Avanti's the better choice. Um, it is, but not by a lot. It's not like Head and Shoulders better, but it's the better choice. If I didn't have either and I was going to make a choice, the price and the lights are what would sell me on the Avanti. Nothing else. Those two are enough to sell me on the Avanti. It's cheaper and it has lights. You know, sold. I wouldn't even look at the Havoc. As a matter of fact, right now I wasn't looking at the Havoc either until they gave me this battery. If they didn't give me this battery with the Havoc, I wouldn't have bought the Havoc. I would have never bought the Havoc. Even though I thought it was cool, it was overpriced. It was overpriced, no lights, don't want it. Just like the T-33. Same thing. Overpriced, no lights. I won one, though. I mean, I love the plane, just like I love the Havoc, but I wouldn't have bought it. And I wouldn't have bought the T-33 either. But I won one. So, yay! Happy to have it. I am really looking forward to getting it. But, it's obvious they can still build planes cheap because the Husky and now this brand new one that E-Flight just came out with, that the tractor, the crop duster, $269. Lights. It's probably five. It's 5-channel. I'm sure it has flaps. It's got flaps. It's got lights. It's brand new mold, brand new everything. It's a 1500, same size as your Mustang, for $269. So, how do they do it? Oh, really? Well, you can still buy the Plus version, though. You don't have to buy the high performance. You could buy a Plus and put your own fan in it. Fan and speed control. So there you go. Yeah, I wouldn't buy the high performance one. I don't want that tech. I wouldn't buy it. If that's all Motion offered, I wouldn't buy it. So you can't get the yellow one or the red one in the regular Avanti anymore? It's just the high performance one? Really? God, I really like this crop duster. Man, that is a cool airplane. I love the price. God, I love the price. Alright, so let's go to Motion. I want to see what's going on here. Oops. Don't want to do that. I did that once. Let's try this. Good night, Jackson. Yeah, Randy, that's pretty. Havoc on steroids. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Avanti was fast enough as it is. It doesn't need to be any faster. It was not that I'm afraid to fly it any faster. I just, battery-wise, listen, I've already made up my mind. I'm not buying any more jets. I'm done with the jets. The jet thing is come and gone for me. I'm done buying jets. Not buying any more jets. The fact that I won the T-33 is awesome because I'd already made up my mind before I won it that I wasn't buying any more jets. So the fact that I won the jet is awesome. Is that the link to your video, Cub Crazy? Yeah, it is. I see. Yeah, guys, click on that link. We'll go watch this video. It's hilarious. It's very well edited. You know, I love the editing work. It's very good. I laughed my ass off. I was smiling when you were idling, you know, before you took off, because I could hear you dubbed in the real Mustang, but when you landed and skidded to a stop, you know, and I was laughing my ass off. That was so funny. Oh yeah, especially, you know, if you put smoke on it or some kind of sprayer system on it. Crazy that would be. I would do it if there was a farm near me. In a second I would buy that plane and put some kind of a spray system on it, just for the backdrop, you know, going over the corn or whatever and spraying it would be absolutely cool as shit. Yeah, exactly, Brian. It's a good way to go out of jets on a freebie. So, but I am going to do something for you guys different with it. I'm going to buy the camo one. I'm going to have Dave send me the camo one, but I'm going to have him send me I'm going to pay him for the decal sheet, and he can order it with the plane. I want the U.S. decal sheet. So I'm going to peel the German markings off of it, and I'm going to make it a U.S. Air Force plane in camo. And I'm going to change the color of the wingtip tanks. I haven't decided yet. I think I'm going to go yellow, maybe yellow and red. I think they're orange now. It's hard to tell in the picture. But I think the outer halves are orange. And I'm going to paint the whole tank, similar to the way the L-39 is. I want it to be more visible in the air. That's my goal, why I want to change the color of the tip tanks. Yeah, mosquito for sure. That'd be cool, Brian. I want to change the color of tip tank so that the plane's more visible. So yeah, since it doesn't have lights on it. So if I can make it more visible, that'll be better. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So that I'm going to share that with you guys. I'll, when I get it, re-decaled in U.S. markings, but still the camo, I'll post it up and let you guys see it. I'll have it on the table here, and so you guys can see what it looks like. Because I think the camo looks great. I just don't want a T-33 in German markings. Not that I have anything against German airplanes. I've got German airplanes, but it's a German airplane with German markings. The T-33 is not a German airplane. So, I think the only way they got one was by capturing one. They didn't copy it. They weren't building them. So yeah, I just don't have any love for a T-33 in German markings. But I do like the camo. So it'll be more visible than the silver. It's either that or I'm going to change the color of it completely. Because I don't want any more silver airplanes. I got plenty of silver and gray airplanes. And they're just too damn hard to see in the daylight. So I especially on if it's a cloudy day, gray sky, forget it. Blue skies, yeah. Blue sky, summer, sun high in the sky, yeah. Wintertime, sun low in the sky, silver, not so much. Yeah, I've seen the light mods guys are doing on the T-33. Look how beautiful that plane is with lights. I mean, it's gorgeous with lights. Why the fuck did they not put lights on that damn thing? $389 they're asking for that plane, and it doesn't have lights. You just got through saying that the Avanti in high performance is $360, and it's got lights all over it. So how do they justify bringing the T-33 on board without lights and asking, $389 for it? I just don't get it. You know, it doesn't make economical sense to me. I just can't put those numbers together and come up with, yeah, I want it at that price. I don't. I just don't. I can get the Husky for, well, I can get the new crop duster, 1500 millimeter wingspan, same as your Mustang, with lights for $269. Now that makes sense to me. I'm on that all day long. That I can wrap my arms around that big time. I can absolutely wrap my arms around that. But basically the same package in a Mustang for $500? No. I can't even fathom coming close to that. And it's a shame because I love the airplane. But I just can't wrap my arms around that at all. Alright, motion, airplanes, jets. Oh, I keep looking at these tanks. Oh, I want a tank. I want a tank. God, I want a tank. Alright, so let's see what we got here. Damn it, I got a better idea. Let's filter it. Oh, stop giving me the I'm thinking about what you want crap. I hate that. Please wait. I don't want to wait. I want it now. Switch it from top trending to highest price first. And then we'll scroll down to the 360 mark. Oh, look at that. I'm going right past the 389 T33s down to the Avanti for $355. Still an 80 millimeter fan. I'm assuming it's still 6S. They didn't go to 8S on it, did they? And rolling on down, rolling on down. Yep, I don't see anything in the 339 range for the Avanti. Yep, you're right. They're gone. But what's the Plus version still going for? $279. Yeah, which is where they bumped it up to that. So yeah, so for $279 I can have an Avanti and put my own speed control from the Avanti I have, and the fan unit. So yeah, that works. Yeah, I think Motion's making some bad decisions again. They really are. That doing away with the low speed Avanti and jacking the price up like that is not going to sell airplanes. That's not going to be a big sell. 360 is just not going to be a big sell. As good as that airplane is, and I helped sell them a shitload of them, that's just not going to be a... I don't think that's going to be a good move for them. I had pretty much bet my paycheck that you're never going to see it on a pre-order because they're, out of stock. And they want pre-orders on the next shipment, and now you'll never see that on the high performance one. I almost bet my paycheck that you'll never see it. Wow. Holy crap. $589 for the F4? Really? Holy shit. Okay, so here's one. I'm going to put it up to you guys. I want to vote. I want you guys all to participate. I want to vote. I want you to tell me F4 Phantom 8S 90 millimeter for $589, or the 810, the free wing again. Both these are free wing, or the free wing 810 twin 80 millimeter, two 6X packs for $599, $10 more. Which plane would you buy? Would you buy the 810 for $10 more, or would you buy the F4? I await your vote. Perfect, Cub Crazy. You're absolutely right. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think the Air Tractor is a Mustang that can also stole. You know, I see no reason. That is an awesome freaking airplane they came out with. I am very hot on that one. Man, that's just a damn nice airplane right there. And what makes it so damn nice is the price. That is just a freaking killer deal at $269. Right, Dave. But you're not getting the whole picture, and I have to look at the whole picture. So now we're looking at it. It's 6S, but with that performance, it's going to be a battery eater, you know. And I'm having the only reason I quit the jets. Why I quit the jets is it's the battery issue. I just can't deal with the battery issue anymore. You know, it's if you run them hard like a jet, you're going to destroy your battery packs. And if you fly them around gentle like I do, you save your batteries. And listen, I enjoy my flights, no problem. I mean, I don't mind slowing it down. I'm still doing 80, you know, between 70 and 80. But I can fly it for 6 minutes on a 4500 pack and not hurt the battery. So, but it's just not as much fun to fly. I mean, I can have way more fun flying my pretty much anything. But like the Cessna or my T-28, oh my God, these things are way more fun to fly. And I'm just over the wow, cool, it's a jet. I'm over it. You know, it's out of my price range. To really be wow, cool, you need the big batteries, and I can't afford the big batteries. So I'm over the whole jet thing. You know, they're too expensive to start with, and then you got to buy these killer frickin' batteries to go with it. Yep, see, 810. Yep, yeah, that's what I expected to see. Thank you guys, appreciate the feedback. Yep, it's for $10. Who in the hell is going to spend that much for an F4? You know, when you can have the 810 for $10 more. I mean, it's like, holy shit, what are they thinking? I mean, they're competing against themselves. I mean, you're going to have to be an absolute F4 nut to pay that kind of money for an F4. When you can buy the one I have for, I think it's still $419. Or I think it's $449. So it's $140 cheaper. And it's a little bit smaller. I think it's prettier. You know, actually, I think the E-Flight one's prettier than the Free-Wing one. I like the scheme on it better, but just besides that. But I got mine for $319. It was on sale, so yeah, $319 versus $589. You know, it was no comparison. Oh yeah, that's right, it's $589. So it's more than $100 Um, yeah, 449. Five. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's $140 more. Right. Yeah, $140 more to be a little bit bigger and a little bit faster, maybe. Um, yeah, I'd stick with the E-Flight one. I think the F4. I love my F4. It flies way better than I anticipated. Man, I never thought it would fly that good. I never thought it would be that good off the grass. You know, it's a really nice airplane. I'm super happy with that thing. It's one of the best jets next to the Avanti. Um, it's one of the best flying jets. Now, my favorite jet's my Yak, and I crashed it the other day because I was flying it slow, like I always do, but not that slow. But it was a super windy, turbulent day. A lot of bad, gusty, turbulent wind. And I come across the field going downwind, and I started to my bank to come around to go back upwind, and the wind caught it and flipped it upside down. I got that bad turbulent air, and it just wicked it this way. It was already in a bank. Well, okay, it was already in a bank to the right. The wind caught it and just turned it upside down, and then it flipped over. So I was able to throttle up and level it before it hit the ground. So it kind of pancaked on the ground. It didn't do any damage to the wings, to the stabilizer, to the rudder, nothing. Everything was fine. It broke the nose just in front of the wing in two places. Right there at the wing root, and then halfway between the nose and the wing root, it broke again. So there's two breaks. And I was able to glue it back together, and it came out perfect. I haven't even made it pretty yet, and you can't even tell. I mean, it glued back together beautifully. It's all fixed. It's ready to go fly tomorrow. I am going to fix it the rest of the way. I'm going to finish dolling it up to make it perfect, but it's so close to perfect now, it's unbelievable. The glue joints, they were clean joints, so they glued back together perfectly smooth. So you can see a little crack line, and a little bit of glue weeped out, a little bit of epoxy weeped out in a couple spots, but little of that filler, sand, paint, perfect. You know, I already bought the paint because I touched up a couple of spots. Paint matches perfect. The canopy blew apart. Didn't break anything. It just the canopy came unglued from the foam. Not all the way, but enough that I had to take it off, clean it up, and then glue it back on. And that went back together perfect. So that's back perfect. And I had to touch up some paint. So I bought both colors, the light blue on the bottom and the dark gray on the top. And yeah, the plane came out beautiful. Can't wait to fly it again tomorrow. But had I had better batteries and I could have flown it harder than I was flying it, I probably wouldn't have had that situation. I wouldn't have got caught by the wind. You know, I would have had more penetrating power when I made my bank. You know, who knows? I could have flipped me anyway, but I'm thinking I probably would have survived it had I not been flying it in battery consumption conservative mode. So we'll see. But I anticipate flying perfect tomorrow. I don't see any issues with the way it's going to fly tomorrow. It's going to be beautiful. It flies like it's on rails. It sounds amazing. That's the most jet sounding jet I've ever heard. It really does sound like a turbine. It's amazing how it sounds. Right, for sure. I'm backing up and reading some of your comments, guys, and yeah, I'm agreeing with all of you. You're right. The 80mm f4 is a better buy. The 810's a better flyer, absolutely. Yep, Paul. LEDs, they're a must for me. I pretty much won't buy an airplane if it doesn't have lights on it. It's not hardened in stone. I mean, if I want it bad enough and I like it enough, I could buy it. Well, the Havoc. That was a perfect example of a plane that I would have never bought if it hadn't been for this $140 battery pack. Because not only is it priced too high, it doesn't have any lights. So I would have never bought it. Yeah, it's got to have lights. You know, it costs some pennies to add lights to an airplane. And today, with the way that these planes are going, for anybody to build an airplane without lights, to me, is foolish. So I was shocked when that T-33 came out with no lights. Absolutely shocked that Freewing did that. I could not believe it. They built that plane, as beautiful as it is, without lights. And everybody's seen it, what it looks like with lights, because we've already had guys mod it. And it's gorgeous with lights. And then want $389 for it on top of it is just another kick in the ribs. So yeah, there was no way I was going to buy that airplane. I'm glad I won it. Very glad I won it. But I would have never bought it. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, it was. I don't know if you were here when I told the story. I was at work when I won it. I'll tell it again for anybody that didn't hear it before. Hey, Roy, how you doing? Did you see? This is Rafter Cam. It was high tech desktop cam tonight. We were doing some smart stuff. The smart checker, the new cool smart checker, smart battery. Dave was narrating and I was his hands, and we were talking about what it does. So anyway, yeah, the night I won the plane, I wasn't scheduled to work at my store. So I was all set for Dave's show, and I got a call about 3:30. Hey, can you work tonight at the Brooksville store? They need a closer. They want you to work from 5 to 10. And I'm like, I need the money. Okay. So I went over there. Now, it's the second time I've been to that store, so I'm used to what their deal is. So, so we're working, and we were really busy at the beginning. We were swamped. But it's by the time Dave's show started, it had gone to pretty much nothing. We didn't have any business. And I didn't make any bones about it. I asked permission. I said, listen, I was supposed to listen to I was supposed to be in a live stream show tonight on YouTube. And you guys need a closer, so I came and worked. But do you mind if I, see what's going on in the show while we work? I said, it's not going to get in the way. If a customer comes in, the phone's off, it's not going to be a priority, but I'd like to stay in touch with the show. And he said, yeah, no problem, go ahead. I said, okay. So I got the phone on, and I've got it propped up against my monitor at work, and I'm, running, clowning around with everybody as much as I can and everything. And I must have said a couple times, hey, my number's 71, I think, and, fooling around. And then, and then Dave goes through all the stuff and starts, and then he picks his number out and he looks at it and he says he knows who it is. And then he checked to make sure yep, I know who it is, and he's here. I know who this is, and he's here. And then he shows it. Now, my phone was running behind. So, all of a sudden, everybody starts typing 71, 71, 71. And I'm like, no, guys, I'm 71. So, I'm trying to type it on my phone. And, I'm already lagging way behind. So, you guys all had it out. And then I start seeing my name coming up. Kenny, you won. Kenny, you won. And I'm still typing, I'm 71. So I already knew I won before I could acknowledge that I won, because you guys all were, feeding me that I won. And Dave's making jokes about, where is he? Is he still in here? And then, and finally my I'm 71 comes up on the screen, and he's laughing, and you guys are laughing, and everybody's congratulating me, and I'm about to cry, So I tell the guy I'm working with, I say, I just won an airplane. And he says, what? I said, yeah, in the chat, and this guy gives away an airplane every month, and tonight was the night he gave it away, and he pulled my number. I won the plane. It's $389 airplane. He says, "You're kidding." I go, and I was so excited, and then he got excited, and so it was a big night. All you guys congratulate me, and and then this guy who I was working with, and just the way it went down was super cool. It was very, very cool. So yeah, guys, I can't thank you guys enough for all the good, the good-natured fun. You guys all congratulate me, and then telling me I'm banned from any more drawings. So, but anyway, yeah. So yeah, it was very cool, guys. I really appreciate it. I really, really. That one was driving a nail in my ribs hard because I liked the T-33 a lot. I really liked it. And when it came out with no lights and it was $389, it just pissed me off. That Freewing did that. It really hurt. So, because I was going to want the plane, but there was no way I was going to want it at that price without lights. And then I won it. So, so I ended up getting one anyway. And it'll probably be the last jet I ever have. I'm pretty much, until they can come out with power systems that don't eat these batteries up, I can't do the jet thing anymore. It's just, I'm going through batteries, even flying them conservatively, I'm going through batteries. And maybe my expectations are too high. I get that. Let me explain. I've got battery packs that are 6 years old that I'm still flying, okay? Because I take good care of my batteries, and in a prop plane, you can keep flying them. When this battery pack can't be flown in a jet anymore, it'll fly a prop plane for another 2 years, okay? And that's where my problem is that you can only fly the jet pack for so long in a jet before it just won't give it up anymore. And that's when you have to retire it from jets and put it in a prop plane. And if I was flying a prop plane with it, I would have had 3 years more life in the beginning with it, plus the 2. Instead of 6 months, maybe a year, in a jet. And then you got to retire it to prop or throw it away. And I just can't do that anymore. I don't have the funds to fund that kind of battery, And then the biggest disappointment is I bought 2 battery packs from RC Jetwork packs. They're supposed to be fabulous. And both of them on the takeoff roll, I throttling up slow. I hit quarter throttle and I start getting my low voltage warning on my radio. My telemetry is telling me that the pack is already below 3.7 volts on takeoff, under half throttle. Okay? So I get it in the air, like I always do. Right about half throttle is where it'll take off. I stop it there, get the gear up right away. The second it breaks ground, I hit the gear switch. Get it cleaned up, level it off so it starts building some speed and start pulling the throttle back. That's how I fly every jet I have. And it's not stopping. It's still giving me battery warnings. I'm like, holy fuck! I bought these batteries specifically not to have this issue, and it's worse. What is going on? So I get it slowed way back now, under quarter throttle, and she stops nagging me. The battery warning goes away. Okay. So now we're not stressing the battery anymore. So I fly it around at negative 29 or 32% throttle. It's only clocking maybe 68 to 75 miles an hour. It's a little slower than I usually fly it, but fine. No wind that night. Everything was cool. Flight time was the same, but I was flying a little slower, and I was expecting, it's a bigger battery. It got me the same flight time as this 4500 45C, and it's a 6060C, and it performed less than this. So I'm not at all happy with that. And then I flew the 4-cell pack in the EC 1500, and same thing. I was getting I never get a battery warning on takeoff with that plane, ever. But I did with that battery. Now, maybe it was because it was the first flight on each pack. I don't know. I'm going to fly them this weekend, and then I'm going to call Andy Monday and say, hey, this is what I found. This is my experience with your batteries. Is this what I should expect? Or is there a problem with these batteries? Because I got to tell you, I wasn't too happy. I really expected a way better outcome than that. That's why I bought those batteries. Specifically, the RC Jetworks brand battery. Because everybody raved about how great they were. And that wasn't my experience for the first flight. So maybe they need to break it in. I don't know. I'll fly them this weekend. And then I'll reevaluate. And I'll call Andy and talk it over with him. And say, is this what I should be seeing? Is this, maybe I got a couple bad batteries. I don't know. It was the very last 4-cell they had of that one. They're not even carrying that one anymore. I think it was a 5300 50C. Might have been a 60C. It was a 5300 4-cell. They're not carrying it anymore. I think they went to I think they're at a 5000 and a 6000, not a 5300. I don't know, something like that. But it was the very last. I wanted 2 of them. They only had one left. So I got the very last one of those they had. And I bought these batteries specifically for the Yak, because I'm going to use, I wanted 2 of them, they didn't have 2. So I've got my 4-cell smart pack that's a 5000, and I've got the 5300. They're both 50C or 50 and 60C. They're comparable. So those are the 2 packs I'm going to fly the Yak, because it's an 8-cell together, and on one flight. And then I've got these 4500s. What I've been flying it on, and see how it does. And then the 5000 or the 6000 60C was for the F-22, because that's a battery eater. It's a 90mm fan, and that's killing batteries. So I specifically bought that battery for that plane. So we'll see what happens. We'll fly them this weekend, and we'll see if they live up to everybody's hype of how great they are or not. But so far, I'm not impressed. I'm a little disappointed. But it could, like I said, it could be just because they need to be broken. I don't know. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I'll see what happens. I'll fly them this weekend, and then I'll call Andy up Monday, and we'll talk about it. Why do you want an 8S version of the F-15, Dave? Yeah, I love the F-15 too. I'm just kind of reading around here everybody's comments about the A-10, the F-4. I just don't know why you want an 8S version. Well, you're talking about the real F-15 has unlimited vertical. See, the biggest problem when you go vertical, guys, is weight. Okay? If you really want to enjoy vertical, you need to put small batteries in your planes. Not small cell count. Small milliamp hour. Okay? You can't put a 9,000 pack in an airplane. I don't care how many fan units it's got and go vertical. It's not going to carry the weight. You're talking about absolute dead weight. You have no help from the wing loading. It's just straight power to weight, and the weight's going to kill you every time. I showed that on videos I did on the Mustang, the 1700 Mustang from FMS. Everybody was complaining it was underpowered. I said, guys, it's not underpowered. You guys are doing it wrong. I showed them in the video the prop mod that I made, and a 3300 battery pack, and that thing will go vertical to the stars. I mean, without a doubt. You know, it just, I mean, it's amazing how it goes vertical. And they're all saying it barely gets off the ground. Mine's off the ground in like 10 feet, maybe 15. So, and it's a heavy airplane. That's what's killing it. It's a heavy airplane to start with. So you put a heavy battery in it, no, it's not going to go vertical, you know. These guys are all trying to fly it with 5,000 and 6,000 battery packs and go vertical. No, not going to happen. So the configuration, all the planes, like my Yak, for instance, it's a 90 millimeter fan. 2 of these fluorine 4-cell. This is a 6-cell pack. 2 4-cell packs. 4500s, 45C. And my Yak will go vertical like crazy. And it's heavy, too. It's a heavy, big heavy airplane. And the runtime's not bad on it either if I don't do a lot of verticals and I throttle it back when I'm cruising. You know, I get decent runtime, 6 minutes. So I'm not at all unhappy with the plane. But if I put big batteries in it so I have longer flight times, it's not going to go vertical. You just can't carry that weight. It's not going to happen. You have to sell a couple of planes to maintain sanity. You mean to keep the wife happy? I know you don't want to sell the plane. Yeah, the real F-15 is amazing. That plane is by far amazing. Yeah. It probably, I don't know, didn't one of the, it held a lot of records, but I think one of the Soviet planes beat it, didn't it? Am I remembering that wrong? Did I read it wrong? Didn't one of the Soviet planes take the I don't know, climb to altitude or top speed or one of those records? One or two of them. I think, you know, one of the Su-27 or something. I don't remember, but. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about, or am I wrong? But now we're coming out with the new F-15. What do they call that new one? The Super... I don't know, they call it the Super Eagle, or... What do they call that new one? They're supposed to be redoing the F-15. It's going to be way faster, way more maneuverable. They're probably going to put thrust vectoring on it. It looked badass. You know, they had artist renderings of it. It looked pretty much like a standard F-15, but they had it in like a dark gray or black, and they had I don't know. I think they had like some extra finnage on it. Almost maybe like a canard up front, a small little, maybe not even movable, just or a trim. I don't know. I think it had a little tiny canard up front. I don't know. I'd have to go look again. But yeah, there's supposed to be a new F-15 coming out. So... yeah, the F-15 is a cool plane for sure. For some reason, I haven't been able to pull the trigger to buy the RC version of it. So they blew their engine up on that one. Oh, that's funny. So what did it take, Dave? Was it the speed record or the climb to altitude record, or what did it do? Which plane was it and what did it do? Hey Ronnie, welcome back. Good to see you, man. Who makes the best? Well, the best one's not available anymore. It was made by HSD, but they don't make it anymore. HSD is still in business, but they made an A1 Sky Raider 6-cell that was unbelievable. I have it. The next best, I would say is the Mustang, the FMS P-51 Mustang. 1700 millimeter, 6S, awesome airplane. Awesome flying, awesome airplane. Now, if you're looking for a warbird that's not technically World War II, the T-28, the Carbon Z T-28 from Horizon, would be my ultimate choice. If you're looking for a beautiful 6S warbird, that T-28 is freaking awesome and easy to fly. So, but that would be, my top choices right there, those three. Yeah, Dave, those are two good choices too. I've been wanting that Spitfire forever. The Corsair, listen, I love it. I really do. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's just the color on the photos I've seen. It looks more gray than blue. But yeah, those are two good choices. I wish I could tell you I have experience with those two. I don't. I haven't flown them. The three I suggested, I own all three, so I know how they fly. But I do want that Spitfire. That 1600 Spitfire has been on my bucket list for a while now. Yeah, Dave, on that one, it really comes down to two things. The Mustang you're referring to, the 1500, is, do you like the paint scheme? I do. I love it. But most people are, I won't say most, but a lot of people don't. But I love it. And the price. Because you can buy the 1700 FMS Mustang for less money than your 1500. Yes, it doesn't come with smart tech, but if you're not into the smart tech, then that's not a deciding criteria. But yeah, the 1700 FMS plane's cheaper than the 1500 E-Flight. So I don't know. Yeah, FMS makes a P-47. I have that one too. I think they still make it in the silver version. I have the camo version. They discontinued the camo version. I bought it, so I have the 6S P-47 from. It's actually, that's a plane I could show you, although one wing's in the house, but I could show you the rest of it. It's sitting right over there. Yeah, the new P-47, the Razorback you're talking about, the 1500. Yeah, it's a cool looking plane. I don't own that one either. But yeah, there's a lot of choices. So really, Ronnie, it comes down to, do you have a favorite in between all those choices? Are you a Mustang guy? Are you a Corsair guy? How much money do you want to spend? 6S, they're all 6S. So, That's your criteria. How much money do you want to spend, and do you have a favorite? Um, the only Corsair that I have, and I've got 6 Corsairs that, and I love them all, but the E-Flight is the hardest one to fly. The blue one with the green stripes, and I love that scheme. I think it's a beautiful bird, but it wants to torque roll bad. You got to be careful on takeoff with that thing. Unless you want to put a 2-blade prop on it, it won't torque roll then. Um, but with the 4-blade on it, it's so easy to over throttle it on takeoff, and it'll torque roll it right over to the ground. And it's the only one of the Corsairs I have that does that. And and I love the airplane. Don't get me wrong, I really love it, but it hurts me when it does that. It hurts my feelings. Because I love the airplane. It's beautiful. I really love that green stripe. That's a Havoc again. Yeah, I just think it's a cool ass plane. But it's a little touchy on the takeoff. I've perfected it pretty much, but it still catches me every now and then. You know, so yeah. But all my other Corsairs fly perfect. I don't have that problem. Just that one. And then, like I said, I broke a prop one day on it, so I broke the other opposed prop off, so it was a 2-blade, and it flew all day, and it was just as fast. It just didn't have the torque it had before. With the 2 blades, it was not as snappy off the ground, but it doesn't torque roll either. And the prop spinning, it looks the same. You can't tell the difference with the prop spinning. So it definitely flies a little bit slower, but a lot smoother, a lot easier with the 2-bladed prop on it versus the 4-blade. I'd like to put a 3-blade on it. I think it would look cool with the 3-blade on it. A lot of Corsairs had 3 blades. And I think it would be a middle ground before the torque rolling and the less torque, the less, acceleration. I think it'd be a nice trade-off right in the middle. Brian, I love the pits. I think that new pits they came out with is cool as hell. And it's priced pretty reasonable, too. So I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. Again, man, there's so many airplanes I want. If I could afford them, I'd buy them all. And I'd have that one, too. But I just don't have the money, and it's not high enough on my wish list to be considered right now. And the problem with that, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to discontinue that plane before it gets on my list. When all my other stuff above it is bought, and now I can buy that pits, they'll discontinue it. It's happened so many times. I've lost so many damn airplanes because I couldn't buy it when I wanted it, and then when I could finally get it, it wasn't available anymore. You wouldn't believe what I had to go through to get my T-28. Because they discontinued it, and I still couldn't afford it. But goddamn it, I was going to have that airplane come hell or high water. So I had to scour the country to find one. Found it in Texas. And I had a buddy bring it home for me. So yeah, that's that. And I had to pay full. That's the only plane I've ever paid full price for, too. But I had to pay full price for that one, too. But I got it. I don't even want to start telling you what planes I didn't get that I wanted. That just still drive me crazy that I didn't get those planes because I really wanted them. No, Dave, none of the, well, maybe, there might be one plane. It's the P-47 that Arrows has could be an old FMS mold, but all the rest of them are not. Those are all from 11 Hangar 11 or 11. What do they call it? It was a Banggood deal. Banggood hired somebody to make them these airplanes, and they stopped carrying them. So Arrows bought the molds, or has the company making them. It wasn't an FMS plane though, but I think the P-47 might have been, because it was that 980. FMS had a 980 Razorback P-47, so that one could be an FMS plane, but all the rest of them are not. Those are a separate airplane altogether. Somebody else's plane. Never released one brand and then made another until now. I mean, it was released as a Banggood plane, and then Arrows took it over. Nice stuff, man. I love I got two of them. I'm going to get two more. I want the Corsair and the T-28. So while they're on sale, I got to figure out how I'm going to work those two in too, because I'd like to get those. Both those planes I really want to add to my collection. The quality of this stuff is fantastic. It flies fantastic. Very happy with those planes. In all aspects. There's nothing about them I don't like. I like the quality of them. I like the way they fly. Just great airplanes. I'd like them even better with lights, but hey, at $159, it doesn't have to have lights. I'm okay with that. That's a price point I can live with, to buy a plane that doesn't have lights. $389 is not a price point I can live with that doesn't come with lights. That's just not a. I'd buy the FMS BAE Hawk all day long for $389. Isn't it $369? $349. How about, what is that BA Hawk? Anyway, it's one of those. It's $340 to $380, somewhere in there. It's below the T-33. I'd buy that plane in a heartbeat, because it has lights, lots of lights. It's a beautiful airplane. Before I buy the T-33. I've been wanting. That's another plane I've been wanting forever. The FMS one. I didn't like the. That's not true. I liked the Flightline one that turned to the Free Wing one a lot, but not at the price they were asking. I thought it was overpriced for the size it was, with the crappy landing gear. I can't believe did they not learn anything from the Avanti sales? The whole reason that plane sold so crazy is because of the frickin' landing gear, and they didn't learn a damn thing. They brought that stupid 70 millimeter Hawk out with chicken spring landing gear on it, and they wonder why they couldn't sell them. It's like, Jesus. That was crazy. I couldn't believe they did that. So the version 2 has the good landing gear on it. Go figure. Yeah, that was another one. And that was a plane that got away. I wanted one of those. It got away before I could buy it. But listen, it's black. It's got a lot of black on it. Florida doesn't like black airplanes. They gator so fast down here. It's terrible. So that's why I held off on buying that thing. And then it disappeared, and then I wished I'd have bought it. I figured maybe I could just fly it in the winter. When it's cooler out and the cold air running over, it'll compensate for the sun beating on it. But yeah, the planes down here just gator so bad when they're black. So, I got a T-28 over here. The plane is perfect except where it's black, which is where the step pads are on the top of the wing, and the simulated smoke going down the fuselage, where the oil smoke trail that runs down the fuselage. They simulated that with black paint, and then the black on the nose, the anti-glare shield on the nose, has gatored so bad on that airplane. The rest of the plane's perfect. Just breaks my heart. So, yeah, so that's why I didn't buy that plane, is because it was black. And it was beautiful, but I wanted to fly it. And you fly it in the sun out here in Florida, and it's, just during the flight, it'll gator. Hell, the cockpit of my Yak gatored while I took it out in the yard for 5 minutes to take a picture of it. And I was standing there watching it gator, holding the camera, and I'm going, was it like that before? God, I don't remember. Oh my God, it's getting worse. Holy shit, it's doing it right in front of my eyes. Oh my God, I had to get in the shade. It just, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. I was standing there watching it doing it. I was like, oh my God. So, yeah, I don't know about that, Dave. I don't know if it was an EPS plane or not. I couldn't even begin to tell you. I didn't think it was, but I don't know. Then, I thought the plane was too expensive. It was a rocket ship, but for the size, it was only a 980. I was like, no, I don't want that. Exactly, Dave. Why would anybody put springs, wire struts on a plane with retracts, or even anything warbirdish kind of, I mean, we've gotten so far past that technology. What the fuck, And then, like the T-28, to put it on that and then charge $500 for it, what are they thinking? It just. It's this penny pinching bullshit. The bean counter bullshit is what's killing Hobby King. I guess the CEO or the owner or whatever, whoever the fuck he is it was. I guess he's had some big announcement about their restructuring. They're not going to go away. Blah 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 blah. Well, the reason they're even having to talk about it is because people are fed up with their crap. And it's all over pennies. They put a servo in there that if they spent 3 extra cents on per servo to get a better product than the crap they put on there, the three motions with the stick, and it's already stripped the gear, is ridiculous. And then the way they treat you like you're a criminal when you call them up and say, hey, I haven't even flown it, my servo's stripped. Oh, well, you must have done something wrong. Yeah, that's what it was. All right, Paul. Hey, have a good night. Glad you were here, dude. I'll always love it when you're here. Good to see you again. We'll see you next week. Wow. Stinger, that's a good question. Well, okay. So let's just use this as an example. Horizon just proved that you can manufacture a 1,500 size foam airplane with at least 5 channels that flies on 3 or 4S for $269. Because the tractor, the new crop duster tractor plane, they call it, is proof. They just came out with it, just released, new release, $269. Okay? So we've proven that you can build a new molds, new everything with lights, has lights, for $269, 1,500 size airplane. And if you wanted to add a couple of dollars to it to put a bigger ESC in it to make it 3, 4, or 6S, you could do that too. But at $369, anything you price in that price range you can sell, I think. In the $369 range, I'm sorry, the $269 price range, $269, 1,500 size. You know, in that proximity, you could sell anything you want to build in that price range with that kind of, you know, capability. 4S, you know. I mean, FMS has been selling their 1450 Mustang 4S for years for $299. It went up to $314 twice, and came back down. It was $279, and then it went up to $314, and it came back down to $299. It went back to $314. Now it's back to $299 again. Okay, so at $269 for a 4S 1,500 size Warbird, you could sell anything you want to make. Anything. T-28, Mustang, Corsair, P-47, it doesn't matter. At that price range, bang for buck, 6-channel, you know, retracts, flaps, and all the regulars, lights, everything. Yeah, you won't have any trouble. You sell them all day long. All day long. All day long. It'd be like the Avanti. Be the Avanti all over again. 6 container pre-order on the Avanti when it came out. I don't know how many of you guys followed the Avanti. I bought the original in the first batch, but they had that plane pre-sold 6 containers deep. Pre-sold every time. Show me another airplane they've done that with. None. There's not. They couldn't even pre-sell the first container of the BAE Hawk when they came out with it with that chicken shit landing gear on it. You know, they got the first container in, and they still had right up until they had them on sale, trying to sell off the last of that first container because they got the second one with version 2, and that was a couple of years. And the Avanti, they sold 6 containers before they had any on the shelf to sell. Every one of them were pre-sold. So, you know, you would think they'd learn something from that. Gee, why did the Avanti sell so well? Yeah. Yeah, well, Dave, that's why I bought the Big Nasty. Let me go get it. You know, since you want to see a Big Nasty, it's going to be missing a wing. I have a wing in the house. I'm changing the landing gear on it. Oh, a P-38. I don't have a... I have a P-38. I'll go get the P-47 anyway. But not a big one. Alright. There's a big P-47. It's a little dirty. It hadn't been flown in a while. Let me move a few things here. So in the midst of, see, my 1700 Mustang, I bought it new, but I bought a plus, basically. It was a it didn't have a motor or a speed control, and it didn't have the flight surface servos. It came with the retracts, it came with the retract door servos, it came with most everything else. It didn't come with the motor or the speed control and the flight surface servos. So I had to put aileron servos and flap servos, a rudder servo, and I think one elevator servo, because it's got a servo back here with a control rod. So I bought the plane, and I've been having trouble with the retracts. The left retract hangs up all the time, and Motion replaced that servo, that retract 4 times. And it still hangs up. Today, I just flew it last weekend, still hanging up. And so I contacted Horizon, and they said, well, and I told them, listen, I've got problems with, I know you guys changed manufacturers of your retracts because they're not working. I've got 810s retracts that don't work. I've got Mustang retracts that don't work. I've got the T28, the retracts didn't work. And I said, what's going on? And they said, well, we did change manufacturers, but we've pretty much cured the problem. I said, okay, well, what's going on then? Because why aren't my retracts working? He had me send them back, so I did. And he confirmed that there were 2 that were working, and everything else didn't work. So he replaced the T28 servos for retracts for free because he knew there was a problem with those. So he sent me new ones of those. He replaced one set of the Mustang retracts. The 810 retracts, I sent him 4 sets of those. He sent me 2 sets back, and he gave me a discount to buy 2 more. So I bought the 2. So anyway, I replaced them. So I got all those new retracts back again, and I put them in, and that one in the Mustang is still hanging up. I think what's wrong with it, I think the pocket that the retract goes into is warped. And I've even tried shimming it with washers, and I haven't found the right combination yet. But I think it's twisting the plate when I tighten it down. And it struggles to go up, and it usually won't go up all the way on the first run. And I like to hit the gear on the second I take off, so that as I'm climbing out, for everybody watching, they get to see the gear doors come open and the gear start up while I'm climbing out, just like the real thing. And I can't do that with this plane. I can, but it doesn't work. I mean, that one retract's going to hang, and the door's going to get stuck open, and that's just it. So, and it did the same thing this weekend. So what I generally have to do is roll it inverted and start an outside loop from inverted and cycle the gear one more time so that the G-forces are pulling the gear into the plane instead of out of the plane. And then I can always get it to finish up the rest of the way, and the door will close all the way. But it's just a pain in the butt that I have to do that. And this is the only plane that's ever done that. So in the midst of my testing, I took this wing off and took the retract out of it and took it in the house and put it in the Mustang and see if that made a difference. And it did, and it still don't work. So I don't know what to do with it. At this point, I really don't know what to do with that damn, with that retract. I just don't know how to fix it. I don't know what I need to do to fix it. It's annoying. Other than that, yeah, I love that. I mean, I love the Mustang. I don't want to get rid of it. I mean, even if I got rid of it, I'd buy another one. But yeah, this is FMS's giant 1700 P47. They made it in this color scheme, which is camo. You can't tell in this, but it's, if you look here, it's brown, and then here it's green, and here it's brown again. It's very subtle. The color, and it's dirty, but the color change is subtle. It's not a very noticeable camo. And they did away with the scheme. They only made the silver one. And I thought they were still making the silver one, but maybe you guys are right. Maybe they did discontinue it altogether. But yeah, I bought this one probably 4 years ago. So yeah, it's a cool airplane. You know, I really like it. I'm really happy I bought this. Yeah, this was one of the ones I wanted, and it didn't get away. And they had it on sale on top of it. You know, I think it was $100 off. I think at the time it was like $489, and I got it for $389. So that was a screaming deal. That's the same way I bought my camo. If you've watched the show, I've had it on, I think, twice now. The ME, they call it a BF 109. The 109 from Germany was made in two different plants. And if it was I think it was the Messerschmitt plant, it was an ME, and then they had another plant that made the same plane, but if it was built in that plant, it was called a BF 109. So this particular one they call a BF 109, and it's a 1400 millimeter FMS plane, and it's got a snow camo paint scheme on it. And they did away with that. Same thing. I got that one for $100 off too. It's now I know for sure they're still making the brown ME 109, which I didn't like. The brown one was ugly. The scheme was just ugly. So, but it flies good. But I wanted the snow camo. It's green, white, and yellow, and some black. But yeah, it's just a really pretty paint scheme. I really like it, so I bought it. And it's a dark. That's what it is. It's a dark green. Not like forest dark green. A green, a real green. And then it's a very light aqua green. And the dark green is on the fuselage on the white, and the aqua green is on the wings next to another color. I can't remember what the hell the other color is. But a camouflage, a camo deal. And I can't remember what the other color is on the wing next to that aqua green. And the whole bottom of the plane's the aqua green, or light blue kind of. But yeah, it's just, I thought that was a cool paint scheme. I really liked it. So I got this one on sale, and I got both these camo versions. And then they kept making this silver one for quite a while. And I guess they quit. I thought they were still making it. But you guys are saying they quit making it. So, it could be. Yeah, that Wildcat, they had that plane for a long time, and then they discontinued it, and then they brought it back. And that plane's an easy plane to hot rod. You put a big motor in that son of a bitch, and it's a frickin' rocket ship. Jesus. We've got a guy here flying one. And he put a different motor prop combo on it. Holy shit. It'd give that V900 plane a run for its money. Holy shit, this thing's fast. It's unbelievable. I asked him, I said, did you reinforce those wings? He goes, no. I swear to God you're going to rip the wings off that thing. I swear to God you are. GB, who's in the room as your random reviews? What am I seeing here? Yeah, I'm the same way, Cub Crazy. I like scale airplanes. I like airplanes that look like real airplanes, that are real airplanes. Um, the Avanti, what sold me on the Avanti is two things. The landing gear right off the bat I knew could handle grass easily. It was a big, big win for me on that. And then I saw on the demo flight that he did a real slow, easy pass, a nice cruise slow pass down the runway. And I knew if it could fly that slow like that, it was going to be easy on batteries. So between that and the gear, it was I got to buy this airplane. That's why I ended up buying it on the. I'll never do that again. But I got in on the ground floor. The first container I was in on that one, and they had all kinds of defects in the plane, and I'm still smarting over that. It is my third channel? Okay. Well, how are you in here in both channels at the same time? You like ambidextrous? You're typing on two computers at the same time? That's funny. Right, exactly. Man, you and I are so much on the same page. Everybody talks about how great an ugly stick flies. You couldn't give me one of those things. I don't care how good it flies. That is the ugliest piece of crap I've ever seen in my life. It's definitely appropriately named when they called it an ugly stick. And I wouldn't buy one of those for $1. You couldn't sell me one of those. I just don't want it. I don't care how good it flies. I don't care how cheap they make it. I would not buy it. It's just something I don't want. It's just ugly, So I have zero interest in that airplane. Zero. Would I take it if they gave it to me? Absolutely, but I wouldn't fly it. I'd sell it. I'd use it as a money maker to sell it to buy something I do want. I wouldn't even take it out of the box and fly it. I wouldn't even open the box. I'd leave it in the shipping box it comes in and take it down to UPS and put a shipping label right back over it and send it to whoever I sold it to. Wouldn't even open the box. And that's how little interest I have in an ugly stick. Just ridiculous. Yeah, it's got to be an airplane for me. Now, the Avanti had enough features on it to look like a real airplane. I mean, and there really is an Avanti. Well, not exactly. But there is a Viper jet that is real. I think it's made in Italy or someplace over there. There's a full-size Viper jet. And the Avanti looks pretty close to the Viper. I mean, it has a lot of the same characteristics. I don't know for certain if there's a real Avanti, but I do know there's a real Viper. I can't. Where's my keyboard? Where did I put my keyboard? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I've had that. Just about every plane I bought from Hobby King works like that. Yeah, they work once and that's it. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I get from Hobby King. I haven't bought a Star Max. Have I bought any Star Max planes with retracts? Good question. I don't know that I have. I'm thinking. Yeah, I really can't say for sure. I'm going through all my planes. And I can't think of my Star Max planes that have... Oh! You know, I bet my P-38. I bet that it was... Well... It could be a Star Max plane. The retracts didn't stop working, but they fell out of the plane. I think it was the nose gear fell out. Yeah, I have a P-38 Lightning, and I think it's a Star Max plane. I bought it at Banana Hobbies, so it was a Blitz RC Works. But I believe it's a 1500, which sounds big, but on a P-38, a 1500 is not a big airplane. It's I think the Motion one is... What is it, a 1700? Isn't their P-38 a 1700 or 1600? How big is that thing? I know it's bigger than 1500. Let me go look here real quick. Oh, yeah, we gotta go to multi-engine. Oh, stop already. Jeez, I hate it when it does that. What? What? Oh, Christ. Yeah, it's a 1600 that Motion has. So this one's a 1500. The P-38, it's weird. The P-38 wings are very narrow, okay? So this plane's got a pretty long wingspan at 1500 millimeters, but because the wings are so narrow on a P-38, it doesn't have any, like the way the T-28 has so much presence in the air because the body is this big around and it just has a giant presence. This has a very small presence in the air. Even though it's a 1500, it doesn't seem like it because it's everything's, the fuselage is super narrow and small, and then the wings are narrow, and it just doesn't have a big presence in the air, even though it's a pretty good size. So yeah, it's very deceiving. That airplane is a very deceiving airplane. It's bigger than it looks. By size, by actual measurement, it's much bigger than it looks. It looks a lot smaller. But that's the only plane I have that's a Star Max plane with retracts. I have a Cub. I have a Star Max Cub, and I have another Star Max plane of some kind. I don't remember what it is now. So yeah, I've got a few Star Max planes. Yeah, I brought my Avanti out to the flying field. None of the guys had ever seen. They hadn't seen it. They're not online. They're all old farts, old school old farts. They're not in chat rooms. They're not internet savvy. Never heard of Motion RC. So I bring the Avanti out of the car, and everybody just flocked to me. Wanted to see the jet. Not too many jets out there. Now there are, but then no. There was one guy flying a real turbine jet out there, and I think that was the only jet they'd ever seen out there. So now the owner had a 262, but he had never flown it. He bought it used, and he never flew it. So I show up with this Avanti, and everybody's just going ape crap over it. And mostly what I heard was, look at the landing gear on that thing. It's exactly why I bought it. It's exactly what everybody else saw too. First thing they looked at. Look at the landing gear. Look at the big wheels. Look at the suspension. Holy crap, that'll handle grass. That's what I heard all day. Exactly why I bought it. That's what drew me to it. Exact same thing was the landing gear. Then I flew it. The owner of the property was on his cell phone as I landed, trying to order one. And they were out of stock. The next week I went out there, they had gotten them back in stock, and he's waving his phone at me as I'm driving in. He says, I ordered it, they got them back in stock, I ordered one. I'm like, okay, that's great, Bo. Super. And then I sold 5 more of them. 5 more guys bought Avantis out there. 2 of the guys are not really jet guys. This was their first jet. They flew them okay. They didn't crash them. But they decided that jets weren't for them. So both guys sold theirs to Bo, the owner. So now he has 3 Avantis. And since then, he's gone pretty jet crazy. He bought the FMS Twin Tail Scorpio, the Scorpion, the 90 millimeter. He bought the 70 millimeter Thunderbird, the E-Flight F-16 Thunderbird. He bought one of those. He bought. He just bought another 262, the Dynam 262. And a second free wing 262. So now he's got 3 262s. He's flown one of them. He's flown the free wing one. He hasn't flown the other 2 yet. What else does he have in jets? This guy's got money coming out of his ears. He's got so many airplanes. It's ridiculous. I know he's got more jets. What else does he have? he bought the Viper, the E-Flight Viper. He bought one of those. So other than me, well, now there's two new guys that come out to the field. They've been coming out there a while now. I still call them the new guys, but they've probably been coming out there almost a year now. They're big into jets. That's all they fly are jets. Well, they both have commanders, but other prop planes, neither one of them, I don't think I've ever seen them with another prop plane. They're either flying their commanders or they've got jets. The one's got the Avanti, the red one, and he's got a intruder. It's got the three-wing intruder. He's got the BAE Hawk, the free-wing one. The other guy's got the BAE Hawk also, and he's got I think he's got another jet, but I can't think what it is. Pretty sure he's got the MiG-21. And then he's got one of those small 64 millimeter Fs, or not the MiG. You know, the little tiny $98 MiG that Free Wing sells. A 64 millimeter. He's got one of those. Yeah, they're pretty much jet crazy. Those two. That's pretty much all they buy are jets. And they can have them. They're doing the same thing I'm doing. They're complaining every week. They come out with new batteries they bought off of eBay or wherever they're buying these generic, no-name batteries, trying to find a good battery cheap, and they can't. Because I don't think it exists. Not for a jet. You can buy cheap batteries all day long and fly prop planes with them, but you can't do it with jets. It just doesn't work, especially when you want to fly them wide open like they do. So the first day out there, the one guy that has the Avanti, he asks me, "How long can you fly your Avanti?" And so I get 7 minutes. He goes, 7 minutes? I said, "Yeah." He says, "How big a battery are you running?" I said, a 3300. He's like, "There's no way." "Yeah, let's go up. I'll show you." And he's looking at me like I have 6 heads. Like, it's impossible, right? So he's flying his Avanti on a 47 or 4500 pack, and he only gets 3 minutes. How are you getting 7 minutes? So we take off together, and he's running his wide open the whole time, and I'm 40%. He's doing 100, 105, and I'm doing 80, 85. Not that big of a difference. We both come across the field. If I turn inside of him, we can come across the field even, and he's pulling away from me gently, And he lands in 3 minutes, and I'm still flying around. And he's like, "How are you still flying around?" I'm laughing like, "Dude, it's called throttle management, dude. I'm throttled back. I'm cruising." He says, "Well, you're going as fast as me." I said, "No, not quite. You were definitely faster. But look at how much longer I get to flying." I said, "Does it look that much slower to you?" He goes, "No, it doesn't." I said, "See, this is the difference." So he learned to fly throttled back. So now he's getting 6 minutes. And I do too, because we fly together. Now we try to fly in formation. So we fly good together. He's a good pilot. We fly good together. And so we both get 6 minutes. And we land safely. We're not taxing our batteries. A nice, gentle 80 mile an hour, 75 to 80 mile an hour flight. And 6 minutes. And, but he keeps buying more and more of these crappy, generic, no-name batteries. And they're not performing. They're crap. The last time we flew together was 2 weeks ago, and he had an extra battery he wanted to discharge. He says, "Are you going to go up again?" And I said, "Well, no, I really don't have any batteries charged." And he says, "Well, I've got one charged. You want to fly it?" And I said, well, I don't know why. And he goes, well, I just want to discharge it. I don't want to take it home, store it charged. So yeah, if you want to fly it, you can fly it just to kill it for me. I said, okay. So I flew it. We go up together. Man, as soon as I hit the throttle, I mean the second I hit the throttle, I was getting low voltage warnings. 3.7 volts, 3.7 volts. I'm rolling down the runway, throttling up, and she's screaming at me, 3.7 volts. It goes whoop whoop, and it gives me, warning, 3.7 volts. So I get up as soon as I hit the gear switch, I get off the ground, I hit the gear switch, I clean it up, and I'm cruising out, and I'm throttling back, and she's still screaming at me, 3.7 volts. I'm like, so I yell over, holy crap, this battery's crap. Really? I go, oh my God. So I throttle back, finally, I get it back. I'm probably only doing about 65 miles an hour now. She finally shuts up. I'm at negative 56%, I think. Which means I'm at quarter throttle. Okay? Negative means anything below half throttle. Okay? So I'm 55% below half throttle. Okay? So that's less than quarter. And she finally shuts up. So we're flying around, and he slowed down to my speed so we could still fly together. And we're just cruising around, really, I consider slow. I don't like to fly the jet that slow, but, you do what you got to do. So we flew around, and so my voltage warnings came back, because now I'm only at quarter throttle, and she's telling me that I'm down to 3.7 volts. Okay, well, I'm pretty dead. At this point, so we made it 6 minutes, just barely. I mean, there was 8% left in the battery when we landed, because he put his battery tester on it. I don't know what the voltage was. I don't remember, but it was pretty low. But I go by voltage, he goes by percentage, and it was at 8%. So, and I just told him, I says, man, dude, it's time to retire that battery for prop planes only. That is not a jetpack anymore. So I keep telling him he needs to buy himself a Carbon Z, Cessna 150, so he has something to fly these batteries that are no longer usable in the jet, because, they get tired fast in the jet, and then it's time to put them in a prop plane and keep on flying. The UMX planes, other than the Mini Timber, have just not been my favorites. I've got several of them, and I can't tell you that I'm happy with any of them but the Timber. I mean, they fly, but they're just not what I would call fun to fly. They fly, but they don't do anything for me. I got 2 Mustangs, the UMX Mustangs. I've got the old Carbon Cub. I think they called it the S Cub. It was red and white. It's an old plane. They discontinued it, but it's a Carbon Z Cub, but it's red and white. UMX. Got that. I've got the Beast. I've got... What else have I got? I just bought the F-27 UMX. That one's okay. What else do I have? The first one I bought was the Mustang, and I bought it because we were flying in a gym. I wanted an indoor plane. I thought, this will be cool indoors. And the day I bought it, they quit doing the gym. So I was kind of bummed. I was like, oh shit. Because the only reason I bought it was for the gym. But I flew it after that, and they're just too delicate for me. You know, again, I expect them to last forever, and they don't. I don't care how good a landing you make every time. They're paper thin wings and just can't handle repeated flights, and you wear them out too fast for me. Because I fly them a lot, and I haven't gotten any of them last more than a year. Before it's just falling apart because I fly it too much, and yeah, I'm not a big hanger, talker when I go out to the flying field. I go out there to fly. I flew 18 flights last Sunday. I came back. I had 24 batteries charged, and I ran out of time to fly them all. But I flew 18 of them, and that's about an average day for me. Yep, I love my UMX Timber. That's the only one that I bought and that I've really been happy with. The rest of them, they just get beat up too easy. The Timber's a little more rugged. It handles it a little better. The landing gear sucks in the Timber. I'm going to make new landing gear for my Timber. And I want a double, that single set of wires, they flex back too much, and they hit the little skirts, or whatever you want to call them, doors, hit the fuselage and dig big gouges in the sides of the fuselage, and it drives me nuts. So yeah, I'm gonna put a second wire. So I've got two coming down to stabilize it so it won't bend back. And I think it'll be fine after I do that, for as far as landing gear goes. But yeah, I love that airplane. It's got lights all over it. It's cool as hell. Fun to fly. God, it's a blast to fly. But that's the only one of the UMX planes I've had any love for. The rest of them, I think they look great, and that's why I get frustrated. The one Mustang sitting right there. It's on top of my drill press. The tail's off of it. One of the first things that happened to that was the tail wheel fell off. It's only taped to the rudder, right? So it pulled off the rudder. So I tried to glue it back on, and it didn't hold. So then I tried to use some foam safe, what do they call it? CA. And that worked, except I hit it with not foam safe kicker, and it dissolved the whole tail. So, I mean, the second I hit it with that shit, it just was gone. The tail just disappeared. So, oh, my radio's obnoxious. Yeah, I've heard that before. I don't normally fly it that way day to day. I turn the notifications up because I'm demonstrating for you guys, because you're not standing there flying with me, so I have to give you an idea what's going on. So I make it talk more on my videos so that you guys understand what's happening while I'm flying. Because if you were standing next to me, I'd turn that off, because you could see what the plane's doing and talk to me at the same time. And you can look at my radio to see what the voltages are, and it's a different situation. But when I'm doing the video, now I do have it, when it gets low on battery voltage, I do have it talk to me. I want to know what the voltage is. But during the first part of the flight, the only notification I get at all is just where my throttle stick is, my throttle percentage. And I have it give it to me like every 17 seconds or something, 17, 20 seconds. Not that often. But at the end of the flight, yes, it gets pretty obnoxious. And but I like a radio that talks. I'm one of those guys. I'd rather it talk to me and tell me what's going on. I don't want to look down at the screen. Take my eyes off my airplane and have to look down and see what my battery voltages are, or how much time is left on the timer, or any of that. I want to hear it. So that's why I make my radio talk to me. I want to know what's going on. I want it to talk to me. So that's just, it doesn't have to talk at all. I made it talk. It doesn't come with anything preset up to talk. You have to put the programming in, which is simple to do. It's not a big deal, but you have to tell the radio you want it to talk. It doesn't do that automatically. Anything, not even the timer. I think the timer talks automatically. Yeah, I think the minute calls, if you have it set for 5 minutes, she'll say 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, and then she starts counting 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't have to do anything to set that up. Just set the timer and it automatically talks. But that's the only thing the radio does on its own, talking. All the rest of the talking I programmed to give me information I want. And it's different on every plane. I don't have every plane set up to give me, most of my planes I don't have airspeed and altitude on because I don't really care. But on a couple of planes or by request, like if I was out there one day flying this, I wouldn't have the altimeter or the airspeed set up. But if you came out and said, how fast does that plane go? Well, I don't know, let me find out. And I would program it to give me airspeed notifications every 5, 6 seconds, whatever. And then we could go fly it, and you hear how fast it goes. But that's the only time I would do that. I don't do it normally. That's just not information I need. The only information I gotta have is battery information. Anything else I have it telling me is purely just request, kind of want to know, kind of need to know, kind of like my throttle position. I want to know where it is. It helps me extend my flight time. If I can consistently fly it at, like, say, if I know, like on the Avanti, for instance, I know negative 27% is the sweet spot on the Avanti. At that throttle position, it'll fly upwind 68 miles an hour, downwind 79 miles an hour regularly. Which is a good, even kind of, cruise speed, and I can get 7 minutes out of it. So, I may do a vertical or a big loop or do something, out of the ordinary. And as long as I go back to the negative 27%, I know I'm going to get the maximum flight time. So that's what I do it for, to extend my flight time. Well, I have a volume knob on the radio. I programmed one of my knobs to be a volume control. So I can turn her off. That's simple. I can just crank the volume down and it's off. Then the radio just vibrates. For every time she would say anything, the radio gives me a vibration. And I just have to figure out what the radio is trying to tell me every time it vibrates. But, yeah, I can shut her up. That was another thing I did. If the radio doesn't come with a volume knob preset, I programmed one of my knobs to be the volume so that I could turn it up and down for just that reason. If I'm flying with somebody and my radio talking's driving them nuts, I'll just turn her off. No problem. And then, and if somebody's got a loud-ass gas plane next to me, I can turn her up so I can hear her. So, but yeah, that's all optional. It doesn't come talking. The only talking she does on her own is the timer. Otherwise, it won't talk at all. You have to tell it you want it to talk. So I have it talking a lot. And I know a lot of people, for instance, in the Tube Deep, for instance, I've watched his videos. He watches my videos. I know he watches my videos because after I posted my throttle position call out and why, his very next video he did he had his radio set up to talk and tell him what his throttle positions were. So I knew he watched my show. So, yeah, it's just one of the many powers of the radio that the Free Sky radio has. The versatility of that radio is unbelievable. It'll do anything. And I mean anything. Literally. You can program it to do anything. You know, there's just nothing, and it does it cheap, which is the best part. You know, the receivers, 8-channel receivers, $30 with telemetry. I mean, the telemetry comes automatically in the receiver for $30. There's no add-on. It comes with the telemetry. It's already there. If you want it to talk, all you do is add the talking to make her talk. Now, if you want the battery telemetry, it's another $14. If you want the altitude and airspeed, that's another $34. But those two modules literally can be unplugged from this plane and plugged into the next plane. The wire's already there because the receiver has the telemetry built into it. So you spend that 34 and 14, okay? So $48 one time, and you can put it in any airplane you have and have altitude, airspeed, trying to think of some of the other stuff the GPS information gives you. All your battery voltages. It'll give you battery temperature. It'll give, I mean, you know, literally any amp draw, all of that. Anything you want in those realms for $48, and you can move it from plane to plane. It just plugs in. It's a servo connector. Plugs in. It's that simple. So those were the highlights for the radio that made me buy the radio in the first place. Was having that capability that cheap. Was just awesome. John, are you saying that you're on the... What are you talking about? You're putting CA on the lens of the light? And it bubbles it up? And then you're using Kicker to bubble it even more? Is that what you're saying? Good night, GB. You don't have to listen to my radio anymore. Wow, that's interesting. So I'm assuming that even though the CA is bubbling the light, it's probably fogging it at the same time. You know, like putting a film or like an opaque. The lens isn't like crystal clear anymore, right? It's got like a, like a, one of those glass tiles they put in a shower. You know, light goes through it, but you can't see through it. Oh, I do fly with goggles on. I'm a big FPV flyer. Yeah, I got 2 sets of Fat Shark goggles. Got cameras. I mostly fly quadcopters, tricopter, quadcopter, V-tail quadcopter. with the goggles. And I have an FPV course set out here on my own property. I have 3 acres here, and I have a course that's permanently set up. Go to my channel and watch the video. I think it's called Backyard Racing or something. It's a teaser video. It's only like a minute long. And it gives you a 1 lap around the course, and then I fly through trees, up over my house and back down through a tree and all around. And there's a couple of FPV groups in the area here, and I invited them to come fly with me. And at my property, because they keep talking about, oh, we fly at this field over here, we got kicked out of there, and we go down to this park, but we can only fly there if there's nobody there. And I'm like, dude, I got 3 acres here. Come fly at my place. You're welcome to come anytime you want, right? No rules. Just respect my property. Clean up after yourselves. Don't leave me a mess. And just, and have a good time, right? And they were like, oh, wow, this is great, man. So thank you so much. And not one of them has showed up yet. Not one. So I have it all set up and everything. And I couldn't get any of them to come over here and fly. Well, one of my friends comes and flies with me here, but these 2 FPV groups won't come fly with me for some reason. I don't know why. So, but the course is up permanently. I took gray PVC pipe. It's electrical PVC, but I buy it gray because it's cheaper. Believe it or not. Not only is it cheaper, but electrical PVC is already beveled at one end, so you don't have to buy a connector to connect them together. It's already got the bevel built into it, so you just slide the next one into it. So I make my hoops are I think they're 15 feet. I think it's 1.5 sticks, which each stick is 10 feet. I think that's right. Or 12 feet. Are they 10 foot or 12 foot? No, they're 10 foot because they fit in the back of my car. I have to stick them up in past the front seat and in between the seat and the door. But I can get them in the car and close the gate. And the bed's 8 foot. So yeah, there's 2 more feet in front of the seat. Yeah. So they're 10-foot sticks, so 10.5. That's 15 foot. So I take a 15-foot piece of PVC and I make the gate's about this wide, about 5 foot wide, and about 6 foot high. And then I cover it with pool noodles. I get them at the dollar store. I usually use either the lime green or orange pool noodles, and it takes 3 noodles per gate. I have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's 5 gates. You'll see it. Go watch the video. You don't have to do it right now, but go to my channel, watch the video. And then I have them set up for night flying too. I lit one gate you'll see it in the video. I lit one gate as a demo to show these guys if they come over, I'll buy the rest of the lights to finish the rest of the gates. I already have the LEDs for the gate, but I lined the runway, so to speak, the course with the lights that you put in your garden, the solar powered lights. So I had 10 of those, 5 on each side, at like 20 or 30 foot intervals, and I took a picture of it so you could see where you're flying, and you fly right up to the to the gate. Through the gate, it's a big green hoop, and yeah. So yeah, I've been doing the FPV for 3 years, I think. I think I started 3 or 4 years ago. I started FPVing, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've done it on planes a couple of times, right to the ground. I mean, took off and landed, under the hood, with the goggles on. took off, then put them on, then took them off and landed. Now I flew it in like I was sitting in it, and it kind of gives you that. The landing's the funniest part. I got to tell you, it's funny when you're landing because you keep waiting for the ground to come up. You know, you're coming down, you're flaring out, you're coming down, you're flaring out, and it's like, where's the ground? Where's the ground? Where's the ground? You know, you keep getting lower and lower, and then finally you touch down. Oh, there's the ground. So yeah, it's kind of funny. The landing part's the funny part, but yeah, it's cool. I like FPV. You know, we found some good deals on cameras. There's a couple of places you can buy cameras pretty cheap. Oddly enough, they're not hobby places. They're surveillance places. You know, for surveillance cameras. You know, they have cameras that we use in FPV, and they're usually the cheapest for them. So that well, I don't know. There's been some new players coming out with FPV stuff cheaper now, but yeah, they're all right, Ronnie, have a good night. We'll see you later. Well, I can tell you one thing. If you do, you want to fly airplanes or a quadcopter, Stinger? Because there's a place where you can get a screaming deal on a quadcopter, and it comes with everything. Well, it comes with a screen, not goggles, but it does come with a screen that attaches to the antenna of the radio. So you can literally hold the radio, look at the screen, and fly FPV on the screen. It's the same as wearing the goggles, except you don't have this view. You have this view, but you can see clearly how to what you're doing. So if you want $100, you get it all: the radio, the quadcopter, the camera with the camera transmitter, the receiver with the screen. You get batteries and a charger. I think maybe not the charger. I was thinking it came with one of those cheapy chargers, but maybe not. But $100. It's a screaming good deal. If you want to get your feet wet in FPV, I can't think of a cheaper way to do it than that. And they have them on sale from time to time for $50. And it's a nice quad. It really is. It's a very nice quad. It comes with a Lexian body, clear. You can paint it any way you want. I put a pretty nice paint job on mine. It's pretty cool. It's lime green and orange. Some crazy, I don't know, triangle shapes on it, and like racing stripe kind of thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, it reconnected. I don't know if that even blurped. Combinators. The first set I bought were I think I got the box right here. Hang on a minute. The teleporters. I think that was what they called. They were called the teleport. It's a cheap set of goggles. Fat Shark, $169. They fit your face. They had the eye cones. Good, super good, freaking awesome receiver in it. Holy shit! I'll tell you a story of why I say that in a second. Flew those for a few years, and I was at the old flying field. We used to race them together. There was 4 of us that would come out, and we would sit around a table, and we would launch our quads, and we're all on our goggles, and they all had Dominators because they could afford the $489 goggles, and I bought these $168 goggles, and I could still fly with them. And we would fly this race course we'd made out there. Same thing, pool noodles on PVC pipe. And then I think it was 2 years ago, Might have been 3 now. Can't remember. At Black Friday, Get FPV had the Dominators on sale. They had a package. $314. You got the goggles, the receiver, which was not included with that $489 price. Did not include the receiver. You still had to put a receiver in it. This came with a receiver. It's a piece of crap receiver, I found out later, but still. A battery pack, everything. You know, case, everything. For $314, shipped to your door. That's like, I'm in. Send it. So that's how I got my Dominators. But the receiver that came in my teleporters are unbelievable. We were racing out there one day, and one of the guys lost his drone, his quad. He didn't know. He crashed it somewhere, and he didn't know where it was. He had no idea. And I said, well, when you're over here? He says, I'll be honest, I don't know. I got disoriented. I really don't know where I was on the field. So here we are. You know, we're looking at 100 acres, easy. And he has no idea where he is. I'm like, okay, this will be interesting. So I told him, I said, all right, guys, listen, we're not going to walk up on it. I mean, the chances of that are slim and none. Hopefully the battery's still on and it's sending an image. Put your goggles on and walk around, see if you can find it. So okay, yeah, that's a good idea. So we all got on the same frequency and we all walked around. I found it. I walked into an area and I got a picture. And so I yelled to them all, it's over here. So they all come over and they all have their goggles on and they don't have a picture. I'm laughing. I'm like, what do you mean you don't have a picture? You know, these high-dollar Dominators, they don't have a picture. None of them. I hand them my goggle. Here. They put them on. It's snowy, but there's a picture. You know, we can see it's sitting by a big palm frond leaf. You know, you can see the leaf clearly in the picture with the snow. And they're like, how in the world is your piece of shit? I laughed. I said, it's okay. You can call it a piece of shit. I'm not offended. I mean, they're $168. I wasn't expecting a lot. But we can't lie. I got an image. You guys don't have an image. And they couldn't believe it. So, and then the guy that lost it wanted to give up anyway because we weren't on it, but we were close. I had a picture. So we were pretty close to it. I mean, if it's on the ground and you've got a picture, you're pretty close to it. So, so I said, well, it's right here somewhere. Let's walk around. We got to step on it. So I kept walking, and I figured out what direction it was. If you cover up the front of the antenna like this, and then you just turn yourself around, you know, when you get a picture back, it's behind you. You know, because you're blocking the front. So when you get 180 degrees out, it's right behind you. So I knew it was over there. But every time I walked that way, I'd lose the picture. And then one of the guys says, well, you're walking downhill because it's lower there. And I'm like, oh, crap, that's got to be it. I didn't think of that. Okay, so it is over there. But it's on the other side of a fence. So we were going to have to climb over the fence. And the guy that lost, I'm not climbing over the fence. Screw it. Well, we had one guy there, Carl, a big, tall guy. And he says, oh, fuck this. And he just jumped over the fence, literally. Went over there, walked right to it. He walked right up to it. I mean, he had it. He wasn't over the fence a minute. And he had it. And he brought it back. He handed it to us over the fence. And then he jumped back over the fence. And we were all laughing. Because, you know, they just couldn't believe my $168 goggles found his quad. So, but yeah, it was. I had a lot of fun doing that over there with them. There's only 2 of us that fly FPV out at the new field. Well, there's 2 of us regulars. Then there's a group of kids. There's three kids that come out late in the afternoon with quads, and they fly FPV. But all they do, they don't fly around. They just fly out right in front of them, where they really don't even need to be on the goggles. I don't know why they even bother. And they just do flips, you know, a little freestyling, you know, and that right in front of them. I mean, they could do it line of sight. They don't even need FPV gear to do it, but they do it FPV anyway. And okay, whatever. You know, there's another guy that he's probably 80 years old, can't see line of sight. But he can put goggles on and fly all the way around the entire field because his line of vision doesn't change. You know, his eyesight to here is perfect. This never changes. So as long as he's looking in this picture here, he can fly it like he's sitting in it all the way around the entire field. So he's got all of his planes set up that way. They all have cameras on them. Everything he flies has got a camera on it, and he just flies around the whole damn place, under trees, around trees, and he just flies all over the place. And I do the same thing, but I don't need, I can see line of sight or FPV. I don't have to use FPV. He has to use FPV. He can't see it otherwise. There's no, his flying days are over. If they hadn't invented FPV, his flying days are over. So him and I sometimes fly around together. I'll chase him, he'll chase me. Are you guys getting any lag? Because this is really weird. My OBS keeps repeatedly saying disconnected, reconnecting, reconnected successfully. Disconnected, reconnecting, reconnected successfully. It's just over and over again. It nonstop. Is it lagging at all at your end? Because right now it's sitting on reconnected successfully. I don't know if I'm... Hang on a minute. Let me look at this. Now, I have no frames dropped at all. Big green box, which means good. So I don't know why... That's weird. I don't know why I keep getting this reconnection shit. I haven't dropped one packet. I don't know what's going on. So what you're saying, Stingers, you haven't flown FPV yet, but you'd like to? Yeah, John. Well, see, he wasn't flying the Free Sky. He's flying Spectrum. And they don't have... Well, this was years ago, and most of the Spectrum equipment doesn't have that capability, but the Free Sky does. Yeah, if you go to the longitude, latitude screen, or even the signal strength screen, either one will walk you right to it. It's amazing how cool that is. The buddy that flies here with me, we also fly it at the old field together, and he lost his drone. That little Inductress, that little tiny one from Horizon. It's got a little red body on it. So he was out there flying it, and he lost it. And he has no idea where he was. He has no idea where he was. None. And again, 100 acres. We're going to walk around looking for a little Inductress with a red cap on it. Then after we spent a half an hour looking, he proceeds to tell me, I didn't have the red cap on it. I was flying it without it. Well, now it's just a black drone. And I looked at him and I said, you're kidding me, right? You think we're going to find a little black drone this damn big because you don't have... You're out of your mind. There's no way on the earth we're ever going to find this. You've lost your mind. And I walked away. And he's still out there, and he walks with a cane, and he's out there walking around with a cane. So then the owner of the place says, hey, get on the lawnmower and go look for it with the lawnmower. Just drive around and look for it. So he got on the lawnmower. Meanwhile, I went and got my radio and my drone, my quad. I took off, and I flew it off to the side over here when he was going that way, so he couldn't see me. And I flew it off way over here, and I landed it in the high weeds, way over there. Then I walked way out there, and I handed him my radio. I said, I lost my drone. Go find it for me. And he says the same thing to me that I said to him. Well, where'd you lose it at? And I looked at him and I said, I have no idea. And he just looked at me and smiled like, what? And I said, well, isn't that what you told me? You have no idea. Well, yeah. I said, okay, so here's a meter. See here? This is a signal strength meter. Follow the meter. It'll take you right to the drone. So I says, I'll give you a hint. Drive. I don't care if you go that way, that way, that way, that way. Go one direction, and just make an X, okay? Go that way. If the signal strength gets lower, turn around and go that way. Go that way until you start getting lower again. Then come back to where it was highest and go either this way or that way. And then find it. So he did. In less than 10 minutes, he drove right to it. He drove right up to it. he's there and he's looking at me with the, he's got this big shit-eating grin on his face. He goes, it's got to be right here. I said, what's your signal strength? He says, 92. I said, we're standing on it. So we start looking around, and we can't see it. And I don't think we walked 3 steps, and there it was. Sitting right there, kind of leaned up against a big piece of, straw. And he just started laughing. He says, okay, I have to get me one of these radios. Now, he's been telling me that for 4 years now. He still hasn't bought one of these radios. He's still flying the Spectrum. And I just laugh at him. I said, whatever. So, but yeah, he had no idea where my quad was, and yet he found it in 10 minutes. He's been looking for his for 3 days, and he can't find it. Because he has no way to find it. Yeah, he's just got to walk around and look for it. Hopefully he's going to step on it. Which I pretty much said, you ain't never going to find that. You're wasting your time. It might not even be on our property. It could be over the fence on the neighbor's property, for all we know. Because he has no idea where he crashed it. So... So how long, Stinger, have you been in the hobby? Yeah, Hobson makes a good product, John. That's a good company. They make both really cheap toy grade stuff, and then they make some better stuff. It's a good company. I think I have one Hobson quad. I got so many of the damn things. Okay. And what planes are you flying now? What are you flying right now? Something keeps moving over here. I don't know if it's a cockroach or I don't know. I can see it out of the corner of my eye. I'm looking here and something is moving over here, and then when I look, I can't see it. It's a little bug or something. I don't know. It might be an ant. I don't know what it is, but I keep catching it out of the corner of my eye. It's funny as hell that I keep seeing it. Okay, which Cubs have you got? I don't know what a J3 timber is. The timber's not a Cub. Have you got the regular timber, the 1500 millimeter full size timber? Is that what you're talking about? It kind of looks like a Cub, but it's not a Cub. Which carbon Cub do you have? What size is it? Oh, the FMS. I got you. Okay. What size is the FMS one? 1500 timber. Okay, that's good. And what size is the FMS? Which one? Because they have I think they have 3 or 4 Cubs now. Oh, the 1200. Okay. All right. Is the 1200 Cub from FMS red and white? You also have the 1400, or the 1400 is the red one? So, what's your experience with flying them? Are you flying them good, landing them safely, everything good, or are you having trouble? Why did the camera just shut off? That was weird. That was really weird. Huh. That was very weird. I don't know why it did that. Are all of them float planes? You got floats on all of them? Really? That's cool. I love flying up the water. That's so cool. Oh, see, it's not even on. That's weird. What the hell happened here? Oh, I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. Have to still do this. I gotta push that and push that. Okay, now it should be on. There we go. Look at that. So Raptor Cam is working for a change. Get a little taste of that. There we go. Look at that. All right. All right. So are you getting good landings? You know, don't have to go out in a boat and retrieve them. You get them in the water and taxi them back to you. All right. Yeah, I can't be much help to you with the fly sky stuff. I don't have any of that. I briefly looked at one out at the flying field, but I don't have any real experience with fly sky. Okay, well then, because, boy, can you hear that outside? Holy crap, and that's just the wind. It's not raining. Jesus. God. Yeah, the only problem you're going to have FPV is just getting used to the ground. You know, how close to the water. That's going to be your tricky part, landing with the goggles on. You're not going to have trouble flying or taking off. It's the landing part. It's going to be the tricky part. Because you're going to slow down, and it's hard to judge your speed, you know, when you're coming in. And then it's going to seem like, because you're thinking like a full-scale, full-size guy, because you are, but you're thinking you're in a full-size plane. And when you get to the point where you think, my touchdown should be here, it's not. Because in relationship, you're flying a plane this big, you know? So, yeah, you think, you know, when you're sitting in an airplane, because that's what it's going to feel like to you, you're going to feel like when you're 3 feet off the water, you're going to feel like, okay, I should be feeling the water here, you know, it's good. But in reality, you know, when you're 8 inches off the water is where the camera is really going to end up being. And you're just going to keep coming down and keep coming down and then finally you're going to hit the water, and like, you know, it visually it's going to look like you're literally on the water, like the camera's on the water. So, so just don't, you know, just keep it flying. You know, don't slow it down. Don't chop the throttle. Just fly it to the water. You know, you got to make sure you fly it all the way to the water. You're going to end up going long at the beginning. You know, everybody does. You know, you're gonna start your flare and your landing where you want to land, and you're going to realize you're much higher than you thought you were. So by the time you actually touch down, you're going to be way farther down the runway or way farther down the water than you would normally been. But you'll get used to it. It's not a big deal. You'll be fine. I'm just giving you some pointers that you definitely want to. You got to keep flying it until you're on the water. Don't think I should be here. I should be here, and cut the throttle like I know I'm on, because you're not on the water yet. So just keep flying it right to the water, and then you'll be fine. You know, the only trick with water, and that's why I was asking how good a pilot you are, is it's easy to make a mistake. The plane's upside down, and now you either have to wait for the wind to blow it to shore, and you can get to that part of the shore, or you have to take a boat out to get it, or you have an RC boat that you can go retrieve it with. And those 3 options aren't always available to everybody, and it's tricky. I would fly off water way more than I do if I had more. If I had better access to the water. If I had invested the money in a boat, you know, retrieval boat that I could, you know, put a lasso on and run out and get a hold of the plane and drag it back in, or if I brought a boat with me, a canoe or a little flats boat or something. And none of those 3 options. The RC boat's the most credible option of the 3, and I just haven't pulled the trigger to buy a retrieve boat yet. I've been looking at them a lot. I've been looking at them all over the place. I just haven't found a boat that I want yet, you know, that I can, you know, motor out to the crash site, get a hold of the airplane and bring it back. Um, so, well, there you go. You know, with the exception of the cold water right now, you know, that'll work. You know, the jet ski will work perfect. So you got it all covered. So yeah, you're ready, dude. You know, get yourself some FPV gear and go at it. If you can put it inside the cockpit, I recommend that, especially because you're flying on water. There's a better chance if you do happen to dump it, the camera will survive if it's inside the plane versus outside the plane. If you can't, don't worry about it, but make sure it's on there good. You know, secure it to the plane well. Because if you hit the water, water's hard. You know, people don't think water's hard, but water's very hard. And it'll knock the camera clean off. You may even think about putting a strap on it, like a, string, a cord, something that you can attach it to the camera solid and then attach it to some point on the airplane solid. So if it gets knocked off of where you've got it mounted, it's still attached to the airplane. So if you get the airplane back, you'll get the camera back. You might have to leave it out, let it dry out for a couple of weeks, but chances are it might still work. I've gotten 2 cameras back that worked after they've been wet. So, it's not always the case, but if you lose the camera, there's no chance of getting it back. So, try to do the best you can to, make the thing so you can get the camera back. It'll be attached to the plane permanently. It's, maybe it's only taped on the top of the wing or whatever, or in the cabin, but a string off of it, a cord of some kind, and then tied to the airplane somewhere will make sure it stays with the plane regardless. You should be good. So you're thinking that you're thinking the Dynam Catalina. It's not a bad choice. I love that airplane. I've been wanting that plane forever. It's just been on my list for a long time, and I just haven't been able to pull the trigger to get it. But I love that airplane. Been watching for years YouTube videos where guys, the outboard floats are not operated from the radio. You can either snap them up in the up position or you can put them down. But you have to manually do it. There's no servos on it or anything. Dynam didn't design it that way, but a lot of people have modified it that way so that they can put the floats up and down from the radio. Which is cool. I don't know if you could mount the camera inside on the Catalina. It's got a... Is the windshield clear on that thing? I think it is, isn't it? I can't remember. But that's definitely one of those planes I've been wanting for a long time. I like the Catalina. It's an old plane. Dynam's had it forever. It's one thing I got to tell you about Dynam I loved also. Not just the price of their planes and the quality of their planes. I mean, I think they're priced appropriately. They They're cheaper airplanes, but they reflect it in the price. The prices are pretty damn cheap. So so I like Dynam planes. And one thing about them, though, is they don't give up on their planes. They don't discontinue their planes. I don't know. I can't say offhand I know of a Dynam plane that's been discontinued. Everything they had 6 years ago, they still have. Everything. The planes I've already bought, the planes I want to buy, and the new planes they're coming out with. They don't discontinue anything. And I really love that about them. If you buy a plane, you can always get parts for it. You can always get service on it, or you can buy another one. If you like it and you lose it for some reason, whatever, you can buy another one because they don't stop making it. That free wing, the F-190, the FW-190 that Bobby was flying recently, and Ryan was talking about that. He flew one way back in the day. He did, and that was the reason I bought it. I bought that Focke-Wulf 190 because Ryan had one way back in the day, and I saw him fly it, and I thought, man, that looks like a cool ass airplane. So I bought it. And then I sold mine. Well, I didn't sell it, actually. I traded it to a guy that couldn't live without it. He just had to have it. And I said, and so he offered me, I think, 2 airplanes for my one. Because he didn't like these 2 airplanes, and I liked one of them. And the other one I figured I could sell. So I said, okay. So I traded with them. And he still has it. He put a gyro in it, and that made a world of difference. That thing flew so much better with a gyro in it. And I might end up with it back one day. I have a feeling he might get out of the hobby. He's got too much going on in his life. He just doesn't have time at all. He doesn't go flying. It's impossible to catch him doing to go do something with him because he just never wants to. He's always got to work. And he's got to take care of his daughter. He's always got something going on. So I don't know if he'll ever fly again. I don't know. I've got several of his planes here that I have to work on for him, but I know even if I get him flying, he won't fly him. But yeah, I've been thinking about rebuying it, because after I put the gyro in for him and how good it flew, I was like, wow, But it still has crappy landing gear on it. But it's, again, it's so damn cheap. Price-wise, it's just so much cheaper than everybody else's stuff. Like I have the 262 from Dynam, and I put the Avanti landing gear in that 262 because the landing gear didn't have any suspension or anything. It's pretty crappy. Cheap ass plastic trunnions on the retracts and no suspension on the gear, and I was like, it wasn't that hard to modify it to get the Avanti gear in it. And I haven't put the nose gear in yet, but the mains are in, and they worked out perfect. So I just got to put the nose gear in, and I'll be ready to fly it again. Good flying airplane. Man, I love that. God, that thing flies good. I mean, what a dream to fly. It would literally be a trainer. It flies so easy. Just a really, really good flying airplane. I just had too many issues with it. Literally, the wood on my roof is creaking. Like the roof's about to come off. Holy shit. Never heard that before. Wow. Yeah, the rain quit, but man, it's windy as fuck. Holy crap. Where are you at, Stinger? Are you in Canada? Oh, you're in New Zealand. No shit. Do you know Bruce Simpson? What time is it in New Zealand right now? Have you gone and flown with him? (9:22 p.m.) Okay, so that's interesting. That's 6 hours difference. Huh. How far away is he from you? And New Zealand's not that big. I mean, Christ, you could drive across the whole continent in what? A couple hours? A few hours? Yeah, I know. Yeah, he flies at the airport there. He's a blast. He's funny as hell. He's so sarcastic. I mean, he's just freaking hilarious. I'm sure you've watched his show. So how long would it take you to drive over there? Yeah, he does another one called RC Model Reviews. Have you watched that? He's got two channels, XJet and RC Model Reviews. Yeah. And he's a smart guy. He has a Taft Hobbies Viper jet that's green and white. He'd probably give it to you if you drove over and asked him for it, because he won't fly it, and the only reason he won't sell it or give it away is because of the cost of the shipping. You know, he's a very ethical guy, so the plane was given to him. He doesn't feel right selling it, Um, and he doesn't want the hassle of boxing it up and mailing it to anybody. So I think it's still sitting in his hangar. Just sitting there. He never finished the review on it. You know, he started off talking about how it built and how it assembled and little things that were wrong with it. But I don't know what he ever did about flying it. I know it's not, well, I don't think it's crashed. I think I've seen it still intact. So if it's crashed, it's minor. But yeah, he doesn't talk about it. He hasn't finished the review about it. He just, you know, I think he'd love to get it out of his hangar. You should go over there and get it from him. He'll probably give it to you. I seriously think he would. You know, just tell him I told you so. Just tell him I told him to go see you and that you might be willing to give him that jet. See what he says. I don't know if he knows who I am or not. You know, Bruce is a funny guy. We've talked a couple times, but I don't think he's following my show. I wish he did. I wish he was following my show, but yeah, he's like I say, he's a real ethical guy. So he's talked about, because people ask him all the time, what do you do with? He gets a lot of free stuff. What do you do with it? And he won't sell it. You know, he's not. He just doesn't feel it's his to sell. You know, it was given to him to review it, and for him to turn around and sell it to make money on it, it just is unethical to him. And you know, the guy's got a lot of. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. He's a good guy, and I suspect he doesn't like the jet for whatever reason. Like I said, he never finished the review. If it had been a good review, he would have finished it. So the fact that he didn't finish it pretty much tells me he didn't like it. Now, you know, Bruce isn't a jet kind of guy, I don't think. So it's a good chance he just doesn't like it because it's a jet. You know, it's too fast, or, you know, his eyesight's not great either. So he does most of his flying FPV. Maybe the jet's just moving too fast and it's out of sight, you know, his eyesight, before he can get it turned around. I don't know. I don't know. But it'd be an interesting drive over, for nothing else, just to see his setup and see all the stuff he has, because you know, he gets sent thousands of stuff for free. You know, and I really don't know what he does with all of it. But, you know, he gets sent so much free stuff. I mean, like, if you wanted to see different radios and have him talk about, he's big on the new jumper radio now. I don't know if you've seen that or not. The new jumper radio and how much he loves it. And he's not alone. A lot of people love the new jumper radio. Well, sure, I can help you with what are you looking to buy, though? I mean, you know, you want a 4-cell, a 6-cell, you want a big one, you know, because there's a lot of good float planes on the market right now. The one I want is, I'll tell you what I want. I want the FMS plane, the Cub, the big Cub. It's a 1700 millimeter Cub. And it comes with floats for $249. Horizon Hobby. Isn't the Martin Mars? You're talking about the. Oh, okay. You wanna? They don't call that a float plane. What do they call that? They call it a amphibious. You're looking for an amphibious plane. I gotcha. Like the Catalina. Um, what's wrong with the Catalina? I think that's a great buy. Nobody makes the Martin Mars in a kit. Neither is the Spruce Goose that I'm aware of. There are several people that have scratch built both of those, but I haven't seen either in a kit anywhere. Flyzone makes a plane. Here, hang on a second. I think I can do this. Wow. Really? Hang on a second. Oh, God, I wish they had this set up better. Almost ready. Kit. Shit. Let's try this. Well, Hmm. Damn it. Flyzone used to make, I guess, because I can't find it. So I guess it's a used to. They don't make it anymore. But I'm looking. It was an amphibious. Had a high-mounted tractor propeller pulling above the wing. Kind of looked similar to the, you know what that Icon, the Icon 5 or whatever it's called. It looked a lot like that. And it actually had retractable gear, but with the gear up, it's an amphibious plane. It's it's not a float plane. It's an amphibious plane. And one of the guys at the field just brought one out. He just got it, and it flies really good. He's not a very good pilot at all, but he can fly this thing pretty damn good. And I've been wanting one of these for a long time. Again, another one of the planes that looks like got away. I thought they were still making it. Looks like they're not. But I always wanted this plane because it was amphibious. It had, the nose gear retracts and the doors close, and it just looks like the hull of a boat. And the mains go up kind of like the Catalina, where they just go up out of the water, out of the way. They're up, and now it's a float plane. I mean, it's an amphibious plane. You fly it off water. We have water at our field, a small pond. And he was taxiing out the runway, and all of a sudden, he just made a right turn, and everybody's like, "Where's he going?" And he went right into the water. Then he sucked the gear up, and he took off out of the water. It was great. It was hilarious. We were all like, "Son of a bitch!" So, yeah, it's a nice one. I made it for him. He brought it out, and I flew it for him, and it was nice. It flies real nice. And they apparently don't make it anymore. I wish I could remember the name of that damn thing. Sea Wind. That's what it's called. Hang on a second. Okay, let's All right, I'm going to give you a link here. Yeah, Cub Crazy had it. He's got one, but here's Flight Test looked at it. So just right-click the link and open it in a new window so you don't lose me. And tell me what you think of that. I love this airplane. I'd love to get one myself. But apparently you can't get them anymore. Son of a bitch. Oh my god, they're out of their minds. I hate Amazon. God, I don't know why so many people shop on Amazon. Their prices suck. Oh my god, I've never found anything on Amazon cheaper than I can buy it on eBay, ever. Most of the time it's not even close. So what do you think of that one, Stinger? So did you like that plane with the Sea Wing? What is that? What it's called? The Sea Wind or Wing? Wind. Sea Wind. Yeah. Cub Crazy, can you think of any other amphibious planes like that right now on the market? Does anybody have anything out that you know of? I'm drawing a blank right now. Other than the Catalina, I can't think of anything else that's amphibious. Hmm. No, but I don't think he cares about that. I think he's just looking for something that flies off water that's not on floats. You know, he wants an amphibious type, you know, a boat, a flying boat. He wants a flying boat. He doesn't want an amphibious. I don't think he cares if it has wheels. That's the only reason I thought of that was that's the only one I can think of, other than the Catalina, that is what he's looking for. I just can't think of another one right now. I know there's some out there, but I just can't think of them right now. Well, let me ask you this: is there some reason you don't want to get the the albatross? I thought of that, but I couldn't think of anybody that makes one. I wouldn't even know if Hobby King makes it because I never go to Hobby King's website. So, you know, but the Dynam, what's wrong with the Catalina? Is there some reason you're not interested in that one particular? I mean, at this stage of the game, you know, I do want that Seawind one day if they come back with it again, but I also want the Catalina. I've been wanting that Catalina forever. So, and it'll fly off grass. I mean, Bobby's been flying it off grass with, you know, just right off the bottom of the plane. So if you want to fly it off grass or water, you're good. I'd go with the Catalina, you know, myself. Since the Seawind's not available. It's an awesome airplane. Maybe I'll win the Bobby Bitco giveaway and it'll be a Catalina. That'd be cool. That wouldn't hurt my feelings at all. I'd love that. I gotcha. Well, there's definitely plenty of plans out there for like albatrosses and the Grumman duck, I think it was, or goose. If you want to scratch build one, man, there's all kinds of plans for those planes. Now I know those. You know, if you go on eBay and search for whatever plane you want, amphib, you'll find somebody probably has plans for it. So you can get a Grumman duck or one of those off eBay, no problem. And then, but yeah, the only amphib planes I can think of at the moment. Yeah, the Icon's a great plane. That's another one. I'd love to have one of those. Go to a swap meet. Do they have swap meets in New Zealand? You know, go to a swap meet. You'll probably find one. Wow, that's a big one. Where'd that come from? Crazy. Is that home built scratch or is that a kit? That thing's big. Alright guys, I'm going to call it. I got a big day tomorrow. I got a lot of work to do yet. So I'm going to call it. But I'm glad you guys were here. Cub Crazy, again, I loved your video on the Mustang. That was hilarious. That was some good editing. I like the screeching tire stop. That was really funny. So, I'll see you guys next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. And hopefully I'll have some video from this weekend. I know Boozer will. Yeah, you're welcome, Stinger. No problem. I'll keep looking. I'll find you an amphib somewhere. Believe me. You know that. I'm certain I can find you one. I don't know how we're going to ship it to New Zealand or where we're going to find one, but I'll find you one. So, alright guys. Yeah, I can give you a wrench. Absolutely. Oops, wrong button. Alright, come on. You're not cooperating. There we go. There you go, you got a wrench. Not a problem, man. I'm glad you're here. You're always fun to have in the show. You're definitely one of my loyal guys. You're always here, so you know, absolutely you get a wrench. Sooner or later, YouTube's going to give me my status for monetizing. I think I might have figured out what the problem is. I don't have time to check it, but I think I can log into my account from 2 different emails, and even though they go to the same place, apparently they are treated as separate accounts. And the only reason I knew that is because my little icon up in the top, which is my homemade night vision Air, came up. If I log into the old login or the one I'm logged in tonight, it came up. But if I logged into my other account, it came up with, you see guys in the chat that just have a silhouette of a head. It came up with a silhouette of a head, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Why did it still took me to my channel and all that, but it didn't give me the... So I have a feeling they're trying to communicate with me through the other channel, and I haven't been using... I don't use that login. The only time I ever used that login was at my ex-wife's house. And so anyway, I got to check that and see if that's what the problem is. And if it is, maybe I can fix this by maybe they sent me a message and I just have to respond to it. I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to call it for tonight. I'll see you guys maybe over the weekend. You might see me on Wes's show Saturday. I might take some footage tomorrow and upload it from there if I can. I'll try. And we'll see what happens. All right, guys? We'll talk to you later.